That's enough of the counter.
I was like, what? We never do a
We
countdown.
don't do counters on Fridays. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Legion of Comics Community Hangout. Cheers, Tyler. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
How was your night at work?
It was okay. I have a 3-day weekend, so I was just like ready to be done.
That's good.
Yep. So there's a 90% chance I'm going to be on at week's end.
Are you serious? It's going to be a fun episode.
Yeah, I can be on.
So I've been having countless conversations this week. I was actually having one. That's why I was like a minute late sending you the link.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to finish out a message, which I'm still not done. I'm still in the middle of typing one. But just all over the place. This is a YouTube channel. It's a person that I had a brief conversation with on YouTube, and then he decided to direct message me instead of continuing the conversation in a public forum. And he's got a YouTube channel, and I saw where he posted a video, and it's everybody flipping their minds over the whole truth, justice, and a better tomorrow slogan. They're like, this is it. This is the end of DC. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. And they're all flipping out over it. And and it's funny because a lot of times I talk to these people, it's not like they're people that watch my content or necessarily know me, and they have no clue that I'm like a huge DC reader. And not just that, I'm a huge Superman fan. So I feel like if there's anybody that would be offended by changing the name from American Way to A Better Tomorrow, I would probably be one of the people that easily fall into the category of mad about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I picture Chris Reeve saying truth, justice, and the American way. Like that's what I picture in my head what Superman does and who he is. But it's not hard for me to make the rationalization and just follow the logic of why that's not necessarily best representing Superman today. I feel like he's bigger than that now. I feel like the slogan "Truth, Justice, and the American Way," while accurate, it also pigeonholes him when the character's definitely bigger than that.
Yeah,
now.
And also they changed it to A Better Tomorrow. That's really hard to be mad about because that's a pretty positive change.
And he's always been the man of tomorrow. And,
exactly.
Yeah, and so this person he posted a video on YouTube, and I saw on Instagram they did. So I went over there and watched it. And in this video, he's clip mining from like Comicsgate and other places. So it kind of just put in perspective where he's coming from. While like this is going to be an unpopular opinion, I wouldn't like take everyone and everything that's said in Comicsgate and write it off as fringe. I'm sure that if you stop and pay attention to anybody's point in a conversation, you can probably find some valid points, or at least places to try to find common ground to move a narrative from, to have a conversation from, to see why do you believe that? Why don't you believe that kind of thing? And
what was like one quote he was pulling?
He pulled it. There's a clip of Ethan Van Sciver. Man, I wouldn't want to try to repeat it word from I don't have it word from word. I mean, that's the damn video where the guy's right here.
Just the gist, like what was being said.
It was talking about how like they're just doing all the virtue signaling at DC Comics now and everything, and how this is going to be the ultimate end of DC Comics because they're doing all this. Which, man, I have a hard time hearing that. I mean, Ethan Van Sciver clearly dislikes DC and talks about DC when he's making all those claims and stuff because that's who he worked for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if like, while I can agree full-heartedly, it can get very frustrating. It can feel very foreign, especially when these comics and these characters that you've read and attached to for so long kind of start changing on you, for better or for worse. They start changing on you, you know? But I don't think it's like they're of course in the corporate interest. There's always going to be times when they're doing it. They're trying to polarize something that should be pretty basic, you know. But they're trying to draw attention to their brand. You know, they're trying to get money. You know, that's kind of their job. But if something like creating a more diverse set of characters, and even if they're doing it at such a pace that it feels like jarring at times, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like their ultimate goal is not a bad thing. And if doing this is going to damage your brand or ruin your company, Marvel Comics would not exist. They would have been damaged and ruined long ago. Because I feel like DC, when it comes to being more inclusive and more well-rounded and trying to appeal to a larger fan base, they're behind the curve on it. They held with their classic characters and kept things the same and the social normative for a long time after Marvel started changing stuff up. Like Marvel made Iceman gay. And Marvel said, "Screw it, we're going to get a female Thor. Screw it, we need a black Spider-Man. Screw it, we need an Asian Hulk." That's Marvel's go-to. They did it already. DC's just now getting okay. Let's frontline Nubia. Who's an existing character. Let's create a new character with Yara Flor. Let's let Jonathan Kent take the mantle and let him explore his sexuality. I don't know if people really understand this, but from what I've learned, a lot of people have to find who they are and explore to really find out their true self. Nowhere is it written in comics.
In like 100 different ways. Sexuality, personality, friends.
And so like in no permanent way does it ever say in comics anything. So John Kent exploring his sexuality doesn't mean Superman's gay now until the next writer decides that, it didn't work out. It wasn't for him. You know what I'm saying? And then he's just another relatable character to countless people who you out there as an individual can't relate to. You have no clue how many can. How many times have you, the viewer, gone out to a random person in the comic shop and explained your exploration through self and your sexuality to find out who you were in your teens? It's probably not a conversation you have, but probably something very relatable to countless people out there. Like just the level of ignorance I'm seeing online right now is baffling me. Baffling.
Hi, Cole.
Hey, welcome.
We usually don't get into it this early.
I'm into it.
No, I mean, usually we start out slow and like build to the big thing, but Mark's just going.
It's because I told you I'm literally in the middle of it now. And again, the guy was using Comicsgates as references for the points that he was making, and that doesn't bother me at all. That just makes me want to exchange dialogue with him even more. Like, let's start. I'm not being offensive to him. I'm asking him honest questions. I told him I agree with a lot of your opinion on this. There are numerous cases of virtue signaling in recent comics, and not just from DC. It's easier to find examples in other countries, but they're still doing far superior stories. They're not doing it at the cost of good storytelling, where that's one of the things where there are some writers that do it pretty bad, where they sacrifice good stories to try to push a political narrative, to try to change your opinion on social issues, which you can lay good examples of your opinion out there without trying to preach your opinion. And I talk about that heavily on my channel, and I'm critical of books when they do that. Mr. Miracle, Source of Freedom being a prime example. That first issue was thrown away trying to do the whole the rioting, the protests, and the Black Lives Matter stuff that was happening around the time of him writing it. He forced so much of that into that first book that it didn't feel like a comic book at all. And I was highly critical of that first issue, and not because of the message he was sending, because he's wasting comic book real estate to do a newspaper article in it. And I said, I hope the next issue is good. Every issue after that has been phenomenal. And what his goal was not just to kind of give you his take on these social issues, but to really cement Simon's character so that you kind of had an idea, and he did a good job of cementing him, but he did a poor job at doing it in a comic book, but since then it was fine. So it's a weird balance to find, because I don't know, man, it's not always going to be done right. Call it out when it's not, but it doesn't mean that people are going to jump ship on comics. And this is the demise of DC Comics. That is asinine.
For sure. I remember, there was in 2015, when the 2016 elections were happening, there was an issue of Green Arrow that came out and an issue of Miss Marvel that came out the same week. And the issue of Green Arrow dealt with a mayor that was bad, and like Green Arrow did a bunch of stuff to figure it out. And at the end of it, he made a statement like, and this is why more people need to vote. But like the issue of Miss Marvel was literally just like, hey, everyone, go out and vote. And like she was giving people stuff to vote, where it was like, hey, this used a comic book story that kept going with the story to say, go vote, where this was literally just 22 pages of saying, go vote. And like, I get it. I think people need to vote, but also like if I'm spending $4.99 on a comic that you're pretty much telling me to go vote for, you probably should have just made that free.
Yeah. Real quick, before we go any farther, let's say hello to the chat. We're starting out with a $5 super chat from Team Nerdy. I definitely appreciate that. So that chat has crossed country borders, made it through a blizzard all the way down here to the humid and muggy south, and I appreciate that, man. I think after all said and done, that's going to rake in about $500. That's how much that means. That was a lot of effort it went through. Good morning, K. Titus. What is up? Whack your comics, not your thing. Yes, sir. You got it.
You know.
Good morning, Chop and Drop. How are you doing? I think one of the reasons I've never been that into Superman is because of the American Way thing. As an Aussie, I was like, oh, well, that's not me then, because what the F is an American Way? And we'll talk about the American Way thing here in a little bit, because I have a fun idea for the show today. We're going to have a ticker running, and as people jump in, we're going to keep it simple, because we're not going to unpack it all day long by any means. And tomorrow on At Week's End, I've got a buddy that wants to come on. Do you have beans?
Tomorrow?
Sunday. I'm sorry, man. Time is subjective.
Yeah.
But he wants to come on the show because me and him were having a conversation. I left a comment on one of Coco Love Chevy's posts, and do you have beans? Went to rebut it, and then we just went back and forth very respectfully, you know. And he got to a point where he said, we should do this online. I said, 9:00 on Sunday. So we'll want to talk about it more.
Cage match.
Well, no, we want to kind of show people that you can have a respectable conversation with different viewpoints, and there's no reason to not, you know what I'm saying? There's no reason to fight or argue about it. It's literally different opinions, but I feel like a lot of stuff gets lost in arguing these days, and people don't have proper conversations about stuff. But today, when everyone hops on, I have a simple question to ask everybody, and we're going to keep a running tally. I thought this was America. Isn't this America? America. Yeah, that's pretty much.
You said that. Yeah. What's the question? Can Cole go first?
Absolutely not. He was here second. Good morning, Dan.
Yeah,
good morning, Sector 2815.
I'll be right back.
I'll just wait for you, and then we'll have an awesome conversation about this Moon Knight picture.
Good morning, Ruben Guzman. How are you today? Digger Jim. Will you send Jim? Well, I'm assuming I'm zoned out.
No, I have not sent Jim the.
He's off today.
Okay. I usually don't send random people that aren't normally in here, only because I
don't need
they're working. That's like literally, I always send it to them and they're like, I'm working. And I'm like, all right, I'll stop bothering you.
So again, if you're hopping in the chat and you do want to hop on, message, I'd say message me or Tyler. But message me and Tyler so Tyler can send you the link and I don't feel left out.
Yeah.
I love it.
Just message me.
And if you want to message me too, I've got
you can message Cole.
I've got like 4 Instagrams. You can figure it out.
Yeah. Cole's comment claims.
Let me ask you something. It's a simple yes or no question.
Okay. I was going to look this up first.
What's there to look up?
I was going to look up Cole's comment claims so people can subscribe to him.
Yeah, he just did the one chip challenge on there, so that's definitely worth watching. He was half-assed, but whatever.
Dude, so it was really unprepared. my niece just opened it and was like, hey, what's up with this chip? And I was like, why'd you do that? And then I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna have to eat this. It hurt.
Good morning. There's already 12 people in here at 7:47 in the morning. That seems like a little more than usual. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. There's the link to sub to Cole's Comment Claims. New channel. Morning, it's just like burrito, basically comic burrito, but you don't get the best part of the burrito or the
Like an
worst part.
unrolled burrito.
You get the part right in the middle of the burrito that's just okay.
So it's like the Taco Bell that you don't complain about, but you're not happy about.
Yeah. They get your order right, but it's just like underwhelming. It's like not hot.
Or no, it's like lukewarm. Like it's hot enough that it's edible.
Yeah,
or like
but at least they didn't get your
tacos.
whole order wrong.
Yeah. One of the tacos like didn't have sour cream, even though you got them supreme.
Yeah, it's better to be missing something than to have something extra because I hate sour cream. So, yeah.
This is America. How can you hate sour cream?
I've always hated. I've tried it so many times. Because you know why I've tried it so many times? Because Taco Bell puts it on stuff when they're not supposed to, and I say, okay, well, I'll try it this time. What's up, Jim?
Welcome.
And I try it, and I like want to throw up.
It's so like I feel like it's such a mild thing.
I just hate the taste, man. I hate it.
Sour cream is awesome.
Hashtag team sour cream.
Hot take of the day.
I don't know. I don't know how people stand on sour cream. I think it's at least like more people would be in favor of it.
I used to really hate mayonnaise, but I don't mind it now.
I mean, it is kind of spicy.
Mayonnaise?
It's a joke.
Oh, I was like, damn, I've been eating the wrong mayonnaise. But I don't eat it very often, only a couple times. I've never had a hamburger from McDonald's.
All right. I don't care about that. Tyler.
Lee wants me to make a video of eating my first hamburger.
Make a video following up where you're either throwing up or just stuck in the bathroom with discomfort because your body's not used to that kind of garbage.
Yeah, you're right. I've never done it.
Yeah, but anyways, simple question. It only requires a yes or no. Not trying to unpack it. Like
yes,
anybody asking this question can have a nuanced answer, but that's definitely not the point of it. Like it's assumed that there's nuance to any kind of question. But Superman's new motto: "A better tomorrow." Yes or no?
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Jim.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So that's going to be the question for today. Now, there's definitely nuance to that. That doesn't mean you're like, oh, this was needed or, oh, this is the only option. But does it fit the character? Is it on brand? Does it make sense? Think of the countless other ways they could have gone with updating a motto. And bear in mind that he hasn't used an American way in his motto for years now. So it isn't like they abandoned one for another. One was dropped a long time ago due to things outside of DC's control. If you're going to attach a political motto to a character who is not political, you then are going to be burdened with the things that happen in the political arena. So it's just.
Well, I think it was the time. You know, it was the time. Okay, that time period, Captain America is the epitome of the American soldier. And he also
fights against America often in comics. He also fights against America often in comics.
But what I'm saying is it was a time. It was that time period. And I don't know. I'm trying to find another example. It's just that was that time period. So, you know, it's not that time period now. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just it was that time period. You read books back during that time period, they're going to sound really weird to you. Tyler probably wouldn't even understand some of it. He'd be like, what's a soda shop? I mean, it's just
soda shop.
You know what I mean? The verbiage they use in the comics of the Golden Age is hilarious.
Soda pop.
Exactly.
Let's also go back to when Superman was like slapping women.
All right, I got some Golden Age books by me. Speaking, I almost didn't want to say this, but now it makes me want to. But this week at my comic shop, I picked up a World War I age comic book from 1917.
Good Lord.
And it's the coolest comic I've ever seen in my life.
The chat real quick. We have a yes from John. Keep count while I go through.
That's my brother.
We have a yes from
hashtag
Jim's brother. We have a yes from Sector 2815.
Are you tallying?
I'm asking you to tally real quick. A yes from Rat Comics. That's 3, so I'll do it.
No, I got a whiteboard right here.
Sure. So we're going to leave that one up in the air because it was a yes or no.
Okay.
Tien said, nah, this is Canada. So that's another one that doesn't hit. What is up, party people? Comics on the Edge. The Avengers were formed by a group of kids with no radios. So that's 3 more to put on the yes. Only taking definitive answers.
So we've got 6 because us 3 and 3 in the chat. Blue Hellion says yes also.
So that's 4 more that I'm adding to the ticker board.
I've got it's 7-0 right now.
And don't get it twisted. I would definitely be happy to see some people say no and express their opinion on why. I'm not shunning anybody for anything. I would not shun anybody for their opinion. I will probably respond accordingly to bad arguments, though.
But Becker said I don't like having 2 options, but yes, I think it's much more. It's a much deeper conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting a surface level answer.
Yeah. So if you were to go to any debate or discussion, you would state your point first.
Yeah.
You would establish where you're coming from, and this is just establishing a starting point. I wonder where people stand. Like I have a more nuanced answer than just yes or no as well. But I'm just trying to get an overall consensus for today of people that might be tuning in or watching this, just where people might stand on it if they feel slighted by it, offended by it. If you're starting with a yes position, you're probably not going to abandon Superman over this, and that's just where I'm.
It's a little bigger.
No, are we up to 8 yeses?
Yeah, we're up to 8
to 0. There you go. Now, look, I'm not going to abandon him. I'm repping him.
Yeah. So I had in the conversation I was having with one person who they know me, but I guess they don't like ever watch. Like I don't think they watch my content or anything, but they actually were explaining to me, to us comic fans, this is bad or this is upsetting or something. I'm like, to us comic fans. You said that like I'm not included in that. Like that's weird.
It sounded like he was including you. Like us.
Well, we were not in agreement on the point. He's like, to us comic fans, this is taking away everything that the character stands for. I'm like, bro, I like comics and I'm kind of a Superman fan too.
Yeah, but I mean, when you kind of take anything in a full, like, all or nothing, everyone stance, it's never going to hit anyone ever.
Yeah, very true.
I mean, except for maybe, like, we should all be nice to each other. But even people will disagree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
But if everyone's nice to each other, then there's no real bad stuff to not be nice to each other about.
Right? I don't know about that. Can get on board with some stuff, but
not everyone be nice to everyone.
Nah, that's where I draw the line. Team Nerdy said no. I don't know if you're answering the question. Hope for tomorrow sounds better. So he's saying
loosely the same thing, right?
He's saying no because he doesn't like the way it's worded. So does that count, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we're not nuancing this. Just yes or no's. We got a TM Nerdy no.
Okay, there we go. 8-1.
Whoa, where'd the check marks go?
I took them off because I thought you need to like actually see the number.
Well, I'll keep it ticking at the bottom if you want to do check mark, smiley faces, you sucking a burrito. I don't know. Whatever you want to draw.
Maybe I'll just hold the board here the whole time.
It's a breakfast burrito because of the time.
Cole, I watched your show the other day. I'm definitely market it as the place to go. Second to Kyle, who's the independent master. Those two guys were on it with some of those indie books. I was like, I've never heard of this. I've never seen this. But I liked it. It was not.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we read a lot of indies.
Yeah,
we really. I mean, mostly like we read some Big Two stuff, mostly DC.
Yeah, I haven't read a lot of indies. Probably just in the last year and a half, really dipped my toe into it.
Do you have a preferred or favorite?
You know, the one that got me started probably. Crap! Now I'm doing a mind fart. Mark, what is it?
Say again?
Is it We Live?
No, Mark wants me to read that. I haven't read that. I might
Is
try to
Eat the Rich?
House on the Lake.
Seven Secrets.
Mhm.
Seven Secrets is the one I've enjoyed the most so far, and that's on my pull. I'm currently reading Silver City, which has been pretty good. I want to see how it plays out. It dragged there for a minute, but it's starting to pick up. What else? I don't know. Is Nice House on the Lake really considered?
It's DC
It's
indie.
It's
DC.
DC.
Yeah, but I look at it like an indie in my mind
Yeah,
because there's no
it's just-
superheroes. It's just wicked awesome to read.
You guys brought that up last night on Burke's channel, and I was thinking, what if the world was ending because of the DC superheroes? Because it's DC, and they were, and then this is like a super person that brought them
Yeah.
there.
It ends up being they just make it Dr. Manhattan. It's like a it's a Watchmen
it up.
crossover.
I think
Yeah,
it would
that
be
would-
kind of cool. I know it's not going to happen, but it would be kind of cool.
Yeah, it would make me probably upset, but it
Like
would
a
still be
twist.
funny.
Yeah, it would make everyone upset. But I think it would be cool at the end. It's like, oh, this was a DC book the whole time.
I have been reading Department of Truth too.
Oh, I love that book. That's my favorite book almost to drop every month. Like overall, story wise, it's the best Tynan book that he has out. Nice House on the Lake, the mystery intrigue has just got me hooked. But I feel like it's one that after you read it and you have the answers, it might not have that same value going back through it, obviously. But Department of Truth, that one, man, that is his most complex work hitting shelves, bar none. Becker said, I was rejecting Superman before it was cool. I'm only reading Supes because of Philip Kennedy Johnson because I'm a completionist. I am reading all the titles, not just Philip Kennedy Johnson.
I'm on issue 7 of Immortal Hulk.
I think I'm on issue 12 of Power Rangers.
Oh, what do you think so far?
The third arc, which is where I currently am, is probably the best writing, but the art changed, and I don't like the art as much. But after I've gotten through like the issue that I'm on, it's gotten more used to. It seemed like the art dipped. They must have switched artists or something.
But you've enjoyed it since you're not
Pretty
like
good.
a Power Rangers fan?
The only thing is, it's like, you're going through the lure of like when I watch Power Rangers. So it's kind of like, is this what really happened when I was a kid? Like, I don't remember like Tommy having any emotional problems, really.
Did you like the Draken issue? Because I love that. I could read
that-
it again today.
I think I just read that. That's like issue 11, I think.
I think it was issue 9.
9.
Issue 9 is when they all wear the green suits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the first appearance of Draken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when the Red Ranger is going to become the White Ranger and Tommy steps in.
Yeah, 11 is when he like takes off his helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm kind of bummed there is a JDF signing event planned for this coming Wednesday here, but he had a family emergency and had to temporarily cancel his signing tour, like the whole tour. So hopefully he'll get back to it.
Has the second arc of Seven Secrets ended yet?
Yes, it ended already. The second arc has.
Okay. I've just been trade waiting that book because it really frustrates me to read one issue and then have to wait a full month.
Man, there's the big kicker at issue 6.
Yeah.
They pull another kicker at issue 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I read the first issue and I'm like, I'm not going to enjoy this if I read it monthly. But then I read the trade and I was like, this is such a good book. I just get so mad when it's like, you're making me wait a month.
some books are definitely like that. This one and Something Is Killing the Children. I would recommend nobody pull the floppies if you're not already into it. Just read it and trade.
That's
It's really told in arcs. It really is.
That's where I'm just, Something's Killing the Children is not my jam.
Not good.
It's just my opinion. It's just, I people will give you a stink eye for that, but it's just not. It's not all that. I like the thought of going deep into the House of Slaughter, and I'd read that book, but it's just an episode of Buffy, man. So, all right,
But
so
stuffed animals.
my brother and I are going to Baltimore Comic-Con. Give me a indie book that you would recommend picking up while there. Go, Cole.
I don't know who's there. I know that there is a guy that we had on our show, Jason
We
Douglas.
just failed him.
Well, I don't know who's at Baltimore Comic Con. I'm not going to that. Jason Douglas will be there. You can at least find him. I know that he did an interview with the guys, Gary B too.
Who's that?
Jason Douglas. He's Source Point Press.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to his booth. It's funny because and Cole, you don't really know me, but I have two passions: comics, and I do metal detecting. All right, and so when I saw him on Gary B's channel, I subbed him up on Instagram, and he must have hit it back and followed me. But then he looked and he's like, "Oh, I need to talk to this guy." So he sent me a direct message and was like, "Hey, I see you do metal detecting." I was like, "Yeah, hey, how's it going?" And he said, my daughter wants one. What would I do? And so I talked to him for texted with him for 30 minutes on what he needed to do and so forth. And so he knows who I am and what's the deal. So I told him I'd be there on Saturday and I'd definitely come and see him, chat it up with him a little bit. I've never read his book.
So another book that I really like is Fight Girl, and Frank Cho is going to be there. So maybe if you can pick up a copy and get him to sign it. This is like Hunger Games kind of, but like there's 10 women they have to fight, and the winner of this fight, loosely to the death, is going to become the emperor of the world.
Okay.
It's an AWA. Garth Ennis is there. The boys are solid, but it's also super graphic and super extreme.
Yeah. All right.
I'm just scrolling through the guest list. Oh, Philip Kennedy Johnson also did a book called Smoketown for Scout Comics that's really good. It's like 8 issues. It's about a guy who comes back from like war and is just dealing with a bunch of stuff, but joins the local town, like kind of like mafia group that has this. They're not really the mafia. I don't know why I said that, but they're more of like a gang where they kill people, but they own like a steel mill or whatever.
Okay. That could be made into a TV show.
There has been talks. I know that Scout kind of mentioned some of that stuff.
Oh, Team Nerdy said Trish Forstner will be there.
Yeah. I like Frank Cho's art. I was definitely going to go by and see if I could.
Crazy thing. I remember I met him at like 2018 C2E2, and he had a book out from Boom at the time called Skyborn. And I had asked him to sign it, and he was like, "Oh, you read this? Most people don't read the books that I actually write." And I was like, "Oh, that has to be kind of upsetting as a creator to have that kind of response." But then he like sat down and like talked to me for a little bit because he was not really doing anything at the time.
Right.
I've not read any of the Peter Tomasi like kind of creator-owned stuff. He has some stuff. It's weird because it came out on DC, I want to say, but now it moved to Dark Horse.
All right.
Brian K. Vaughan's there, so Saga. It's fantastic.
I never read it. Maybe
At that
that's
point,
what I
it's
should
not.
start at.
You should probably get the trades for sure.
I've got
Yeah,
volume 1 of the trade here. I've got a stack of back issue stuff. I'm supposed to be trying to read through, and I'm trying to get through so much of it. It's not easy. But I'll send it to you unless you just plan on buying your own copy.
No, I'll look something up. I'll get something there. They got tons of trades there too. And my brother, he's read more independents than I have, so he'll point me in the right direction too.
Rich Woodall is there also, which he is. Which I wonder if Joseph Schmelke is there. Rich Woodall is one of the guys that's in charge of Black Caravan, which is the like kind of darker horror imprint of Scout Comics.
Mm.
Man, this is a pretty solid list. I thought there were. I mean, Mitch Gerards is there, so you should also.
What
do
con is
something.
this?
Oh
Baltimore.
yeah,
Baltimore.
Mr.
I was just
Odds.
looking at like specifically people. I mean, like that's the thing too. I think Robert Vendetti did some stuff for Bad Idea.
You need to take one of his Strange Adventures covers because man,
My brother's probably bringing his. He read that whole run.
And
Yeah,
Tom
we
King
lost.
is there. He's an awesome dude. If you can sit down and talk to him.
We lost Frank Miller. He's not coming. There's a list of ones that fell out that aren't showing up for whatever
Yeah, I'm
reason.
looking at that.
I know
now.
Jim Shooter's going to be there. I wouldn't mind.
Mark
finding
Wade.
something.
Oh, Lee Weeks. That's a big one. Oh, and Jean Lu Yang, who wrote Superman Smashes the Klan,
He's
which
got
is
the new-
fantastic.
Yeah, he also is writing Batman, Superman for the final 10 issues or so, and he also has that new book coming out. I forget the name of it. It's like the Monkey King or something.
Yeah,
Oh, nice. Yeah, Bendis apparently dropped too.
yeah.
But yeah, he also took over for the Terrifics after Jeff Lemire left. And I think I liked it more when he was on it than when Jeff Lemire was on it, which is very weird for me because Jeff Lemire is like my favorite writer. Oh, there's kids section.
Kids.
Oh no, I was just looking at the like. It's weird. There's like a second guest list for kids only guests.
Kids.
so adults can't see him.
I guess
No.
not.
That's too bad.
I don't know who any of these people are
I'm
though.
gonna pick up the
Do it.
Rhino comic or whatever it is. It's from You Promised Me
Yeah,
comics.
the albino rhino.
Or yeah,
That's not the
when
name of
they-
it, obviously, but
Yeah, when they
This
have a-
one.
Yeah. So yeah, I've already told them when I come down there, I'm gonna go by their booth and get one.
you looked at the back cover yet, Tyler? The
Yeah,
back cover is really cool.
yeah. You told me to take it out.
Well,
I'll
then you
tell
don't
you.
have to do it again.
Well, I'll show the camera.
Don't you
Yeah,
dare.
I've not seen it.
Well, you know what, Cole? Today is not your day.
I kind of saw it.
I spoiled it,
Thanks.
and there's their logo.
I mean, I wanted to see it.
I haven't read it yet though, but I'm hoping I can read it this weekend. I have a bunch of stuff to read, and this is on the list.
Me too.
Hashtag.
Now there wasn't a lot at the LCS on Wednesday on my poll, so I went and I picked up all 6 of these.
Ooh, that's a good series.
Is it?
I
I read this
still
first
haven't read
one this morning while I was eating breakfast, and I was like, "Oh,
Is that issue 1 or 0?
That's one.
This is issue 1."
Oh, did you read issue 0?
Issue 0 is not really part of it.
So I don't need to read issue 0. I can just
No.
Okay. Well, how's this? Hey,
You know,
I have all
like
of
they
those.
have like the DC Rebirth one shot, and they
Oh,
do
yeah.
like when they did Spawn's Universe one shot is just kind of like a hey, new readers, look at our universe and where take a page per character and see where they're standing in the universe currently. And it's not even exclusive to the people in that book. It's like Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman,
Yeah.
everybody, and some of the characters in that book as well.
But I've
Yeah,
decided that I am a variant cover pig or
that one.
whatever you want to call it. I just love it. I can't.
I always go A cover.
I can't not. I mean, look at that.
That is sweet.
It's so
Hey.
hard not to,
Hey,
man.
hey, Pig, you need to get this though.
Secret Files. Okay.
I probably have
So
that.
this one was relevant to the story. It's a one shot. It's 80 page. It's oversized, and it came out digital first, but it's very relevant to the story.
All right.
Yeah.
I will definitely do that.
Well, maybe I'll try and read issue 1 this weekend, and I'll hit you up on Instagram and say, This was what I thought of issue 1 of that because I just bought it all.
You got it.
And never read it.
No. This is issue 6. But look at that cover. I mean, come on, man. That is just. I told him I'm a variant. I just love the variant covers. I don't know why.
Now, with this comes after issue 1, before issue 2.
Interesting.
Okay. Now I got to go get that.
That's just when it technically released in floppy. It came out before the whole thing in digital first.
It might be still my LCS. Sometimes stuff doesn't move over there.
Yeah. Oh man, we have that at our shop too with like crazy indie titles. Like I remember there were some indie titles where people are like, I can't find, like Autumnal was a perfect example that like I remember a ton of people on Twitter like, I can't find this book. And I was like, my shop has 13 copies of it. I can buy them and send them to you. But then I also feel bad. I'm like buying them at my shop. Like other people couldn't get this. So I don't know if you want to wage how you're buying this because I'm buying it and then sending it to people.
I'm sure they take into consideration one person buying out a title.
Yeah. I mean, I just like my shop, so I specifically will tell them that I'm doing these things.
And I'm sure they would appreciate you doing that as well if they have 13 copies sitting on the shelf.
Yeah.
Like that's how kind of things are here. Like comics are pretty plentiful where I'm at. So I there's oftentimes I get messages from people or in group chats where they can't find a book or something, or like I can probably get it.
Yeah, I remember that Something is Killing the Children was hard to get when it came out, and like Nightwing.
Yeah, Nightwing was hard.
But then I went to Walmart and got 5 issues of it.
Nightwing. this last Nightwing book was not Nightwing. Batgirl.
So good.
Oh man, I hated it, but I didn't hate it because I didn't like the story. I hated it because at the end of the issue, they're like, "Hey, if you like this story and you want to complete it, you have to read a different title that isn't this title."
Well, it's what they do.
I know, right? And it's not Tom Taylor's fault. Like, I mean, it was and by hated it, it was the worst of the Nightwing books. But that, like, saying it's the worst of the Nightwing books is not necessarily an insult.
Damn, I loved it.
I mean, it was a filler. It was a filler.
I thought it was the most comic book fun you could have with a tie-in to Fear State.
It was.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was the best Fear State book, but that also isn't saying a lot.
Yeah, but I'm thinking Fear State's like a 0 out of 10 for me, and I had a blast with this. So if you can take something I hate and make me like it at all, I'm happy.
Yeah, I didn't really have a blast with this. Personally, it was just something to get through. Yeah. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't good. It was just another book. You just, all right, let me try to get to the back cover. Check it off the list.
Dang, man. I guess I'm by myself over here loving Nightwing.
And I probably held it like more lower just due to the fact that it said, hey, to continue this book, make sure you'll buy this book.
Well,
I didn't
you got to go
and
you got to do the Fear State. I mean,
and I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Only reason why I'm picking these up is because it's something different. It's not Joker. For the 800th time, it's not Joker. It's somebody different.
Probably we had a writer that didn't dial it in at this point to go to Substack.
Yeah, then, they mentioned it. Ryan mentioned it last night how he put out in his newsletter that he was kind of just superheroed out, and it shows in his work because we're at that point in his writing where his plans were already set in motion to be moving over, so he's just mailing it in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, which is so weird because I really enjoyed his Detective Comics run.
Yeah, his Batman runs are atrocious.
Oh yeah, like I've said multiple times, like if it weren't Batman, I'd probably drop it, but I'm gonna have to pay for it, and I might as well pay 10% off cover price.
Man, I hated Batman.
New hot topic. I'm all for inclusion, but how does a trans Amazonian work? Ooh, I don't know. So whatever writer tries to tackle that would have their hands full. They would, I guess, be defining it as they write it, because I'm not sure how a trans Amazonian would work or wouldn't work. I mean, it's all fiction. So however they decide to write it, that'd be a tough one. This week was my smallest LCS pickup ever, only 9 books, and I haven't been able to read anything yet. That's a solid pickup, though. 9 books is definitely solid.
Oh
He
yeah.
didn't have
That's
any image
above
stuff.
average.
This is the other one that's on my pull. I've been getting it from the Jump, which I am,
Hey, Monkey.
because I love the
Has
book.
that been good?
Yeah.
Nice.
This is probably going away. King Shark is not having it. Wait, let me see that, Mark. What was that?
Dune issue number 1, Big Time Collectibles, exclusive by John Jang.
Mm.
I'm seeing Dune tonight.
And I'm going at lunchtime. You see that, Monkey?
I don't know when we're gonna see it. Probably not this weekend.
Thank you. You want me to hold him? Well, come see me. Good morning.
Maybe this coming week or something.
Good morning.
Nick said, and I quote,
Wait, Pats.
"It was the best theatrical experience of his life."
Who said that?
What? Wow.
He saw an IMAX, but I'm also and he has been to a movie since COVID because his brother rented out a movie theater for his birthday.
Now,
Wow,
real
that's
quick,
cool.
Nick's Kicks and Comics said it was fantastic. Austin LeMay got a little bit over an hour into it and said it's really good. He's going to have to go watch it on the big screen even after seeing it. Everyone that I've seen that's watched it so far is getting really, really positive feedback.
Yeah.
I know Carlito went to go see it yesterday evening. I haven't seen him post about what he thought of it yet, though.
I expect basically perfection out of Denis Villeneuve and this cast. Like, I really do. Like, there's no reason for this not to be a home run and a half.
It's got Aquaman in it, of course. Come on.
That's the reason.
It's got Cable,
And Drax.
it's got Aquaman in it, it's got Moon Knight in it,
Right?
it's got
Everybody.
MJ in it.
No doubt. I think it would be very well done.
I don't normally say that about movies. Like, I expect perfection, but this really should be. I really do. Just because he's like my favorite director, and I think he's basically perfect. Like, I think Blade Runner 2049. I don't know if anyone saw that. Did you guys all see that?
Hell yeah.
I'm not super into Blade Runner, but that movie was insane.
Yeah, I liked it.
I don't know if it was I loved the whole movie, but it just everything about it was as good as it could have possibly been. So that's good.
Bye. Looking forward to the Peacemaker TV show now after seeing that trailer. Yeah, it looks fantastic. It looks hilarious. And you can definitely see the money on the screen. You can tell this is the first HBO Max backed TV show, whereas Titans and Doom Patrol came from a different service over to HBO Max. This one has that screen quality to it. It looks really good. Watching Sunday night in theaters. Has anyone been checking out the new season of Young Justice? I have not. I'll get around to it eventually for sure, though.
I have. I've watched all 3. It's pretty good.
Didn't they just release a new season of that on DC Universe like a year ago too?
Good morning, Jonathan.
I don't know if it was quite a year. Yeah, maybe a year ago. Like season 3.
Ago,
yeah. I mean, they went through like a long period of time where they didn't have any, like several years. And then I think they came back and said, we might have made a mistake. And then they made a new season 3.
Yeah, it premiered on the DC streaming service before it merged into HBO Max.
Right. And that
so
was, I think that was season 3.
Same thing.
Pardon me?
So we're on season 4 now then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
But it goes in a totally different direction now. I mean, it's not like a follow-up to season 3 or anything. I mean, they touch base on season 3, but it's pretty good. I just liked it because I watched it from the beginning. I was like, all right, let's see what this is. And And I think season 2 is where it really took off, and I was like, damn, this is good. But I'm gonna run out today. I can't. I was looking to get Injustice, but my freaking Target didn't have it, and so I'm gonna try to run out to Walmart or something and see if they have it.
So like the animated movie.
Yeah, I want to watch.
Is it on
that.
HBO Max? I wonder. No, I don't think they come straight to it.
Yeah, I think you can get it on. I mean, I can probably order it on Amazon or something, but I want to buy it because I have a whole, like Tyler's shelf back there. I have a whole line of stuff that's just, DVDs that are all animated.
I loved it. I know me and Mark talked just briefly about it, but there was parts of it that could have been extended. I don't want to go into spoilers, but I loved it. Super fun. I gotta
go find that sucker.
Yeah. Tarzan. Got it from Tarzan.
Yeah, mine didn't have it. Mine, somebody came and took them because they had everything but that.
Good morning, Stephen C. Hope you're having a good start to your Friday.
Yeah, I know there's a Steelbook at Best Buy, but that's probably hard to get to.
It did not rank high on my DC animated movie love. That being said, I did enjoy it. I don't think there's been a DC animated that I was like, that was garbage. Has not happened yet. They pump out some quality stuff. But this one, when compared to what they normally do for me, was not high up there. The story was really choppy. There were some editing issues. The artwork was atrocious, and it was just...
The art wasn't great, I will say. It was
atrocious. Everybody had these weird little V's on their chins.
Have you read Injustice?
I have not.
I only started it.
Because Injustice, the comic too, had really, that was the hardest thing for me. I hated the art. And
the whole story, it shouldn't have been one film. And I know I've seen people say that. I'm like, I'm sure it'll be fine. It wasn't fine as one film. It really wasn't. They rushed through the whole thing. It was
rushed.
Well done. The only thing that was actually they went a different direction. There's no way we're going to revisit this for some reason. So let's just put one story out there, and the way that we'll catch people. And by the end of this, people will say it's good because of the shock value. We'll have moments that are just meant to shock. Obviously, the death scenes of characters that you won't see coming. That's all it was. It was just a shock value movie. Seeing superheroes acting this way is already shocking, and then to see specific things occur is shocking on top of that.
I liked the dynamic that was created from the initial happening between the superheroes, and then the directions they went, and how some got together and then disagreed later. And I don't know. I thought it was really cool.
Is it Batman versus Superman?
I completely agree with that.
Specifically, Wonder Woman. I really liked Wonder Woman in the movie.
She's a freak.
Yeah, but that's not a far reach in my opinion. I mean, she's an Amazon at heart. I mean, they don't play. They're okay with Johnny Oling you right out of the picture if they have to.
Mm-hmm.
I think she always talked about this is man's law. This is not Amazonian law or whatever. So that wasn't a stretch. But I'm still gonna get it. I want to.
You definitely should get it. You definitely should get it. I think it's good.
I mean, to date, for me personally, it's the one that I like the most. It's the Justice League Dark with Batman, Constantine,
Apocalypse War.
Yeah, well, I love that, but I can't watch that. Every once in a while, that thing freaks me out. But the
first one is just called Justice League Dark. I'm pretty sure that's the only one I've seen. I think it's just called Justice League Dark. I randomly bought it.
So what is the one I'm thinking of? It's Batman and
Justice League Dark.
Okay, yeah. I'm assuming there's Justice League War, Justice League Doom, Justice League Dark, Justice League Dark Apocalypse War.
Like this one, right? This is the cover.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's just called Justice League Dark.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the one I like the most. I mean, just because of all the characters in it, and the story was good. But the Apocalypse one, man. Oh my gosh.
Oh man, they have Death of the Family on HBO. I should watch some of these.
Yeah, I watched the first part of
Oh.
Death of the Family. I haven't watched the second part yet.
I lied. I also watched The Killing Joke, and that one was
Yeah.
a movie I watched.
Dark Knight Returns, obviously, is amazing.
Yeah.
Wait, they made an animated version of that?
Dark Knight Returns?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was the first recommendation of like comics that was given to me. I watched that and I was like,
and it's
oh
a
man,
two-parter.
it's a two-parter. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's real good.
I mean, they just knock it out of the park compared to anything Marvel
that's
could
better
do.
than the comic. It's better than the comic. Everything they did in that movie was perfect. If you like the comic, it's just that but better.
Right on.
Flashpoint too. Flashpoint too.
Yeah.
That was amazing. I don't know if it's better. I didn't read that.
Oh,
I'm just saying I love that.
I watched some of Flashpoint.
Yeah, I like Flashpoint. Yeah, that one. I mean, I've watched them all.
Yeah, I think I haven't watched. I've watched most of them.
When
I haven't missed one.
What's the other one? When Batman and Superman become outlaws because Luthor's trying to. I can't remember the name of that one.
I know what you're talking about, but I forget what it's called. I wish there was a DC fan in here.
Can't think of the name.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Then there's like Gotham by Gaslight. I don't know if you saw that one. That one was
I haven't
solid.
seen that one. I haven't seen the Samurai one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could watch them, but I'm just like.
Then there's Batman Ninja Turtles. That one was good.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen any that I hated. I didn't really. Year one, I didn't love the year one. Death in the Family was probably my least favorite one.
Oh, really? That's a bummer.
Yeah, because it's like a choose your own adventure one, and it's just like it's not done well.
I love that book though.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm not talking about the book. It's just a movie.
My buddy gave me the trades to read. He said, I was like, "What do you got in here that I might be interested?" He's like, "Read this," and he gave me the book trades, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's awesome." But he also has this. I should go by his house. He also has this huge Frank Cho book with all his art. I should see if he wants me to take it and get it signed and stuff.
Here, Tia Nerdy just said Assault on Arkham. Yeah, that's a great one. It's called. It's called Batman Assault on Arkham, but it's not a Batman story at all. It's 100% Suicide Squad. Like it shouldn't be called Batman anything.
But don't forget, Batman impersonated that one guy.
Well, he jumps in one thing they do great in that one is that like when Batman's coming, how the Suicide Squad reacts, like, oh no, here comes Batman. Like they make him so intimidating by just his presence almost being there. It's great. I love that. That's one of my favorite parts of it. And Joker's kind of weird in that one, but.
I like that Harley Quinn's mallet is what carried the big bomb the whole time. Like she's going around like beating people and this and that, and like she's acting the way she's acting, knowing the whole time that she's got the ace in the hole right there with her.
Yeah, I think they kill King Shark right off the bat, and that I don't.
I thought they killed KG. No, the KG Beast, whatever his name is.
Yeah,
they blew his head up.
Maybe it's him. Yeah,
Throne of Atlantis was fantastic.
The KGB Beast. Yeah, Throne of Atlantis was really good. That was one of the first ones after Justice League War, around one of the first ones when they started really interconnecting all their films. Because DC Animated does cool stuff like their films exist in the same universe, but then they'll do like this stuff like Red Sun or Long Halloween that aren't meant to exist in the universe. It's just an adaptation of a specific story.
Yeah.
Yeah, Long Halloween Part 1, just like the book for me, was a home run. And Part 2 was pretty okay. And that's the same way with the book for me. I was like, well, the second half was all right.
again, the mystery surrounding stuff is a lot of times what's so great about it. When you're sitting there like on the edge of your seat, what could it be?
Yep.
I like the dynamic with Batman and Grundy in The Long Halloween. I thought that was awesome. And you see that exact thing played out in StarGirl season 2 with Grundy and a different character. They read Long Halloween and grab that. And in the not this week's episode, but last week's episode, man, it just like made me jump for joy when there's a character in jail and all of a sudden you see apples
coming in.
Yes.
He's like, what the hell? And then he realizes what it is. And
yeah, it was awesome.
I definitely need to catch up on StarGirl.
I watched it last night before I went to bed, Mark, and
that ending when Homeboy came through, I'm like, yes.
Yeah. But at the very end, when what's her name?
Cindy.
She played that class. Is like, all right,
y'all ready to go kill?
Yeah, let's go kill her.
I'm like, oh man, you look too cute. You look too cute. Yeah?
Thanks.
Come show everybody your dress. Show them. She's excited to say this is my Coco Melon dress.
Oh,
who is that, Monkey?
I love Coco Melon.
Coco Melon.
Who is that?
Do you really love Coco Melon?
Yeah, who does that?
JJ?
Any parent?
I'll tell you what, I hate watching it, but I definitely love it. It sure does hit home runs with the kid. You know, when you watch it as an adult, it's weird. It's like it's moving all creepy and slow, like it's trying to sneak up behind you, but it's because it's meant for little kids, so it's not trying to move fast and stuff.
Right.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Oh, Remy Q.
What's going on, everybody?
Maybe. Yeah, he's here.
Oh.
What's up?
How you doing?
Fantastic. How are you doing? I'm doing better now that you're here.
I'm doing okay. I got a meeting I got to jump into in about a half hour, but I figured I'd jump on real quick.
I like your beanie. It looks like you're about to do a rap battle in 8 Mile.
Actually, that's why my voice is gone. I was spent out last night screaming on the mic all a couple hours. So
you got to do what you got to do.
I'm working on it big.
Let me ask you a quick yes or no question before we get off topic real quick. Yes or no? Superman's new motto, having a better tomorrow in it. Yes or no?
What? Hold on. That's the motto?
Yeah.
No, his motto has forever been truth, justice, and the American way for a long time. But for years now, they haven't used truth, justice, and the American way. They've used truth, justice, and they've just been throwing other random things in there. But they announced at DC Fandom that they're going to give him back an actual consistent motto and do truth, justice, and a better tomorrow.
Nah, I'm against it.
We have a no.
There you go, Tyler.
Yeah, sorry.
We don't want any nuance.
I don't know what to tell you. I live in North Carolina and I'm American. I'm damn proud of it. So, I mean, I'm sorry. I own guns. You know what I mean? Like, let's talk about it a little bit. It should be the American way. Does anybody else want to come over here?
Where's over here?
Yeah, what's that mean?
I think on the American way stance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we've all answered it already. We're not allowed to answer it again.
Okay.
Everyone's answered. There's actually a ticker at the bottom keeping tallies of
who said no.
TM Nerdy said no because it's not the Canadian way. He wants it to be truth, justice, and the Canadian way. And then you said no because it's not North Carolina. Pretty much the same answer.
North Carolina way.
It has nothing to do with North Carolina. It's just, you know, I mean, I keep a flag right here. You know what I mean? Like, let's again.
But Lee was like, it's better because he lives in Australia. It's like anyone outside of America, it just doesn't really work.
Yeah, but does the world hate Superman because he says the American way?
No, he just said he doesn't care about Superman at all because of that.
Because he says the American way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to put it more nuance, it's like it just didn't feel like it's obvious. It obviously is presented like it's not for him because the American way, without adding any morality, the American way is not the Australian way. It's not the anywhere.
Think about Captain America.
Anywhere else way. Perfect example. Captain America, when it was
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll jump back to that.
I thought the American way, I thought that was part of it, though. Like the American dream. Like you never hear about, no offense, but the Australian dream. It's not like anybody's like, hey, let's go pursue the Australian dream or the Icelandic dream. I mean,
well, see, that's a fantastic point. I'll jump on that 1 second. Captain America, perfect example. When that was released overseas, it was not released as Captain America: The First Avenger. They took Captain America out of the title of the movie and called it The First Avenger so that it could be inclusionary to the people that wanted to go see it. Because
still call him Captain America in the movie, though.
That was my point, but just like, I mean, you can't change the whole movie, and who knows? They dubbed it, so I don't know. I didn't watch it in Europe or China market or anything. I watched it here.
Captain World.
I think in
Captain Continent.
I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure in China, like when it was dubbed, they just called him the Captain. But and then back to
Pangea.
The shield. It's just a star. They're like, this is for Space Captain.
Yeah. What was it that you just said before that?
Captain Continent?
No, before the Captain, we jump back to Captain America. You just said something, and I completely blanked it. I was going to go right back to it. It was on the way. Yeah, it was about the American way, and it would be in the American dream. I think that's what it was. But see, that's
you said you don't hear about the like Australian dream.
No. You said it's like when you hear the American way, you think of like the American dream, like coming somewhere as like Superman being a great example, coming somewhere as an immigrant, making something of yourself, and this, that, and the third. But that is how you perceive that. A lot of people that I've spoken to perceive it as the value base that is structured with it. Another person I talked to said it's referring to how Superman is always there for anybody, anywhere, just like America is always there for anybody, anywhere, which is a completely different perspective. So everybody, when they see the American way or hear it, they have a very, very different take on what it means to them. So I think that's the point. In order to get a motto that can be not just like symbolize what Superman stands for, but be kind of an agreed upon positive point. I think that's why A Better Tomorrow was kind of went with. And out of all, like we mentioned earlier, out of all the things they could have gone with, that's a pretty on-brand tag on to the motto. I mean, he is the man of tomorrow. Interesting fact, where most countries have freedom, Australia, unlike the U.S., does not have the right of free speech or peaceful protest. You try, they will shut you down. The American way is extra cheese, please, and having HBO and Showtime at the same time. Yeah. HBO and Showtime at the same time.
I don't know. It's just to me, it's just a minor. It's not a.
Yeah, I don't feel like it changes the core values of the character at all. And like I mentioned, I think putting A Better Tomorrow actually adds more weight and responsibility that already exists to the character onto the character.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
I usually get hung up on pretty meaningless things. Like it's meaningful, but at the same time, like it doesn't really matter. So I'm not going to get too hung up on it.
He was originally called the Man of Tomorrow. This is a non-issue. We have other things to fret over. Yep.
See, your pop is telling you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me and Pops have talked about this. And I told Tyler, if somebody like my dad who's been into comics and reading Superman for that long is not slighted by this.
Right.
There's anyone, and like this is where I get a little bit closed-minded, but anyone else who is slighted over this, it's really coming from a different place. Your problem is not with the motto. Your problem lies elsewhere, and this is projecting.
Correct.
I'm still happy to have the conversation. Let's not forget Metropolis was based off Toronto. Hashtag never forget. It's a huge deal. Let's flip some tables. Yeah.
That's funny.
It's definitely easy for us
to
take an issue because the way that we view it, but a lot of people are issued over it. But
it's little burrito.
It's a taquito.
It's a taquito. Yes.
See, I like Superman.
Even after everything that happened?
Yep.
Let's go deep on this.
All right, I think I'm gonna head out. I gotta get to work, and I'll probably go hang out with her for a little bit. So,
All right. Nice
Bye.
seeing you, Cole.
yeah, take it easy, guys. Thanks for hanging
All
out.
right, Cole. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Did y'all see where Big Time Collectibles dropped their announcement for their holiday mystery boxes?
Mm-mm.
So, granted, it is the channel sponsor. It is a shop that I kind of followed like before that. That's why I reached out to them about sponsorship. But anyways, last year they put out mystery boxes. I think they only had like 100 or 200 of them, and they were huge. They're packed with like exclusive variants and have tons of grand prizes. And they're not small grand prizes. Like they're like really, really big grand prizes.
Right.
And they just announced they're doing them again this year. There'll be 300 mystery boxes, and they're only $99.99 each, which is great because that's less than $100. And
just barely.
yeah, they still got in under there. But yeah, I think they go on pre-sale today at like 3 or 5 o'clock, and I did try to share them. Yeah, so I definitely recommend checking them out because there's some really cool stuff in there. Some really, really cool stuff in there. So even a box, because there's numerous, like I said, big prizes that go out. But even if you don't hit big prizes, there's an exclusive book that only gets put into the mystery boxes, as well as tons of other cool stuff.
You get a Death of Doctor Strange #1, only available in the holiday mystery box.
You can share your screen if you want.
Okay. It's. I don't think it looks that good to share.
Okay.
But I still will. And I'll still read it. Big Time Collectibles exclusive set of Marvel comics, a set of DC comics, trade dress and virgin, indie exclusive, random exclusive trade dress, random ratio variant, a signed Big Time exclusive variant, and a convention exclusive. Randomly inserted into our mystery boxes will be a 1 in 100 holiday mystery box with a foil cover, 1 in 100 Department of Truth cover, a 1 random with a Venom double signed, a double cover area. Wow. This is when I get tired. This is when I start not being able to read. 1 in 100.
I want the 1 in 25 Nice House on the Lake.
So there's a
in
lot.
There anywhere? No.
300 boxes.
25 third print, Jim?
$200 to $800 value. Huh.
What did they say the value was?
$200 to $800 value.
Yeah, that's fair. Like that's what I was saying when I said the values there. Like you just take out all the big prizes and just look at what's in a standard box. That is well over $100 worth. I mean, granted, that's retail value. I'll be the first to tell you that the longevity of retailer exclusives is very fluid.
Yeah. Oh, what's up, Rob?
Hit and miss for certain.
I watched you for like 3 hours last night.
Then the bushes started irritating.
You got to see when I was taking my shower, did you?
No.
No.
You were out of sight.
You're lucky then that you didn't see that.
Oh, Mark's not going to ask you the question. Well, when Mark comes back, he can ask you the question of the day.
That is correct.
I don't want to ask it because Mark usually goes on a rant before he asks it, so it's not the same.
Got it.
Yeah.
Rob, I'm glad that you helped Gary B last night with the show. And that's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Because I was like, this is, I don't know.
How you doing there, nerdy?
What did I miss? I must have missed something.
It's just me being a putz. And one thing I will say about the show last night, Rob, is I like that you said to Brian, you can get that Spider-Man. You just gotta, I mean, look, you're doing it.
Yeah.
You just gotta work at it.
Or
Yeah.
tell your body.
Will you give more information so everyone in the chat and me can know what you're talking about?
In the hot seat, Brian was saying he didn't think he would ever get the low number Spider-Mans, and Rob was like, Boulder Dash. I like that too. He was like, classic Rob, Boulder Dash. And I was like, oh my God, he's about to tell him how it is. I liked it. I thought it was great.
It's anything, right? You can't. How do you eat the elephant, right?
Yeah.
One
bite at a
time, right?
Right.
You can't sit there and look at it and go like, oh my God, I want to collect all the Spider-Man books. Therefore, I must buy an entire collection all at once or something, right? It's, and maybe you won't ever get them all, right? There's a good chance I won't get them all.
Yeah, I'm sure you won't.
Brian said he didn't say that. I said I won't get the whole ASM run.
Yeah,
that's your call, Brian.
Yeah, that's
there
what
you go.
Yeah,
Don't get that.
That's what he said.
Don't get the whole ASM run.
You sure won't with that attitude.
he said he probably wouldn't get the whole run, and I said, and that's when I said Boulder Dash, and I said you can if you want, but then we talked about also was the
keep in mind like 90% of them are dollar books.
That, hey, look, if you want to start working on it, there obviously the first 100 are the super expensive part, right? And even that, really, they're talking about there's probably about 40 books in the first 100 runs that are still very, very affordable. But there are some that are getting very ridiculous as well too. So it is like it's a pacing thing. But if you wanted to get into it, I said, hey, there's a huge opportunity right now for people who wanted to get some of those early books in the Bronze Age run, the 100 to 200 range, right, where you start kicking off the Bronze Age, where a lot of people aren't looking there, with the exception of the few super keys, right? The first Morbius, the first Punisher, there's some of those are really, really out there, but the overwhelming majority of that run, very, very affordable. And those books aren't getting any younger. They're not getting any better condition. And, they're eventually going to start climbing. And that's the sweet spot from what we remember.
Yeah.
Growing up as kids, right? Or is when you start talking about that mid to late 70s run and into the early 80s and stuff.
80s.
Yeah.
That was my time period. That's the only stuff I remember Spider-Man.
Yeah. I've chosen right now to focus mine on the front portion of it. I do pick up a lot. I had a lot of those 200, 300s
right
back before maximum clonage.
I'm like Brian there. I didn't read any of that. I was,
you're lucky because it caused me to liquidate.
I was worried about trying to make sure I could pay my mortgage. I couldn't afford to.
In the 90s, I was when that came out, I was finishing up college. I didn't quite. I had didn't have a. Well, that came out. Maximum Clonage came out in 95, so I guess I was.
Right.
I think it was 90. I think it was 95, 94. I'm not sure. Somewhere around there. It would have been towards the end of my college, beginning of my life, my solo life, right? So I didn't have a mortgage yet, but still, that book caused me to liquidate stuff. I had a lot of books going back to fill in those books in that run. I know they're out there. I know there's a lot of them because the 80s and 90s, actually it's surprisingly a long time ago now in reality.
Right.
when you start to realize that you're talking about
this right here,
1981 is 40 years ago. those
Yeah.
books have been much more. There's a higher percentage of those that were cared for, right? And they're not very expensive.
Right.
So there's a lot of opportunities still to reacquire those, and I'll pick them up here and there. I was picking up a lot of those out of TSMB boxes and other stuff too, or just on their, when they were back in the day when they were doing, and they probably still do. They were like some of the cheap books. I'd just buy those when I was doing, when I used to play the TSMB game. But anyways, yeah, no, it's a good time. Yeah, Pops. I've been Golden Age has been something that I've been continuing to dabble more and more with, but with Golden Age is very different. I'm not collecting, for the most part, I'm not collecting anything specific. Fuck you.
That's nice, Tyler. That's nice, Tyler.
Why?
Because
Why'd you
I don't
say
have
that?
it. I don't have it.
He doesn't
Well,
have it.
this guy right under me gave it
I
to
know.
me.
I know he did. I know. That's even more a double F.
But I mean, really, it's cool, but it's really about the watch on the back.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
9-1.
Those
Some
don't
of those-
exist, by the way. You
those-
can't find them anymore.
Those
I
ads
love
are
them.
awesome.
After I saw
Yeah,
your
you can-
video and you were like, "Hey, I need to pick one of these up," I was like, "All right, you SOB, I'm gonna find one." Guess what?
Yeah, you can find these books.
Yeah,
the
you can't find
is,
that watch.
The watch is what's rare.
That's the real price.
I don't even.
That's the-
I
that's
was
the
trying
real
to trade
prize.
the book for a watch.
Can you cut out the coupon and send it in, or
Yeah, does the company exist
I
anymore?
probably could.
the the Golden Age books? I haven't, so with those that I've been doing, and it's been looking for the covers that speak to me. I've been kind of I wanted to have a potluck kind of mentality when it came to my Golden Age books. I wanted to have a little bit of a sampling of several different types of either heroes or characters, stuff that I thought that I was either aware of or I thought were classic, or some of those other types of elements, or just had some really amazing art on the covers that I wanted to have, so that way I could display a sampling. Like when I put a new row up on the wall of Golden Age, I wanted it to be, when I look at it, just these classic. There's my Buck Rogers, and there's a Green Hornet, and there's this Shadow, and some of these older characters that aren't necessarily permeating today. Although I still want to get myself some Golden Age Batman books, and I wouldn't be opposed to having even a Golden Age Superman book, given how iconic the character is from that era. But so that's been kind of my mentality, and the advantage of that, instead of being like focused on a run, it's afforded me the luxury of I'm not even necessarily even hunting keys. So there's a lot of Golden Age books that are available that just some people just aren't into for whatever reason.
Mhm.
And they can be had at very good rates. So a lot of the Golden Age books I get are between I've paid for, there's some books pay on a condition. The ones that aren't as bad, you're paying in the $20 to $40 range. And some of the better books, I've been paying $50 to $100 for. On a rare occasion, I've gone between $100 to maybe $200 on a book. But I have not spent more than $200 on a Golden Age book at all. But I haven't also haven't spent any on any slabbed. They've all been raw books.
Remy, you plan on seeing Dune?
What's that?
It's a new movie.
So when sand piles up on the beach in a big mound.
Okay, yeah, I'll watch it.
So there's
When's it come out?
Today. It's on HBO Max and on the big screen. There's like space. There's laser beams. There's giant monsters.
So I've got my meeting in 4 minutes. It may last a half hour or so, and then I'll watch it and I'll jump back on.
I don't think
It's not a 4-hour movie, is it? Is it 4 hours?
It's a 2.5 hour movie.
Oh yeah, I'll watch it. Y'all will still be on.
Yeah, I'll be in the movie theater at that point. We're heading to it. I'm going to go watch it on the big screen. Nick said it was awesome. Austin started watching it last night and got little bit over an hour into it and said he's got to go see this on the big screen. So
Is it a
apparently-
remake of Dune, like the
Yeah, that's the
original
exact
movie?
thing it is.
Right.
Yeah, but
It's not
like
a remake of the
Jason
movie. It's a
It's got Jason
adaptation
Momoa
of the
in
book.
it. It's got the guy who's playing Moon Knight in it. It's got Josh Brolin in it. It's got Zendaya in it. It's got a bunch of big actors.
Yeah, tons of big actors.
Yeah, it's a remake of the movie that's an adaptation of the book. So there's levels.
Is it really a remake of the movie, or
and
is
it
it
and it's
a
only
remake
half.
of the movie implies that it's like the same story as the movie?
Is it
I
a
don't
book
know.
or a comic?
It's all
a
of the
book.
above.
a
It's
real
both,
Like
but
a
it's
novel?
a book. Yeah, it's a novel.
It's a theatrical
But
adaptation.
it's been
I've never read a
comic,
book.
Yeah,
Oh, well,
it's
that's
been
cool.
made into a comic too.
We're saying all kinds of wrong information. Rob's like, guys,
No, no.
Well, hey, in
It's
all
been made
honesty,
into
I'll
a
go in
comic.
completely fresh because I never saw the original movie. It didn't
Same
interest
here.
me at all.
No.
Remy, I'm with you.
I've never read any of the
Yeah.
material for it, so yeah, I'll check it out. And
I know of it
let's
as
see
a
how it
book.
is.
I know of it having existed as a movie. I've heard the movie was garbage. My wife hates the original movie vilely, and she hates herself for hating it because she likes the source material. So we will probably watch it because she's been excited to see.
Well,
It
we'll
seems
see.
like
We'll
the
see if they
original
do
movie
better
has-
this time around. Then
Yeah, it seems like the original movie has a huge cult following to it, though. Like it's stood the test of time so far. Like there's plenty of people that keep the brand alive. You know, they continue to do stuff like the comic or whatever.
There's a cult following that likes, cheesy B movies, horror movies, but it doesn't
Yeah, but
mean
they don't.
doesn't mean that
It
they're
doesn't
good.
justify, and it still doesn't justify those cheesy B horror movies getting a huge budget remake with a star-studded cast, though. So they have faith in the project.
you know what that sounds like to me. The American way. Hey, I gotta jump out of here real quick though.
Sounds like,
Yeah,
sounds like the Kevin Smith movie.
I knew that was going to go.
Thanks for
in
having
there.
me on. everybody.
all right.
Yeah, right. The one weird thing about it is they haven't greenlit a sequel yet.
For the second one, for Dune,
Yeah, for Dune.
Actually, I thought I saw something.
I swear to God, I saw something talking about that too, but I was afraid to click on an article.
If they did, it happened like within the last 48
Or
hours
I don't know if it's been
because
Yeah, I
it,
thought,
for
I thought I saw something last night when I was.
it
scrolling
has
through.
not happened in like the last maybe just over 24 hours to 48. But that's the last I knew it hadn't been, which is insane for a movie like this to have
I mean, they're
like
gonna have
potentially half of a story out
Yeah,
without
they
being
have-
greenlit.
They have to.
Yeah, they definitely have to, but I think
They
they're
don't have to do
still
anything.
they're still a little worried about what it's going to make in theaters being just off the Rona.
23 hours ago, Dune 2 green light teased by Warner Brothers CEO. One day ago, Dune sequel is reportedly already greenlit. So it looks like there's teases of it, like you said.
Yeah.
it looks like they're waiting on numbers.
It's not
They're-
official though. It's
They're
not
ready.
official.
I feel like this is a tough genre these days, like because of superhero stuff dominating so much of people's interest on the big screen.
Yeah.
Oh, then you got what's the other? You got the other genre starting to come on. You got Amazon's about ready to launch their big, huge Wheel of Time stuff. And
What is that? Oh, real quick, Rob, you've read the ticker, yes or no?
given that it's a different super,
Nope.
It's got to be yes or no.
You don't get
No
to do
nuance. This is intentionally an unnuanced question, and it's part.
I tried. You don't
Yes,
get to do that.
I have no problem with it. Yes.
Okay.
I tried, Rob. He wants just yes or no's.
Well, that's the thing for today. It's unnuanced. It's just basically just to get a gauge on if that is people are jumping ship based on it. You know, that's the only metric we're really going with here. There's definitely nuanced answers to anything in life, but
Well,
and it
I
is
mean,
Clark
the
Kent's motto,
thing
not
that's-
Jonathan Kent's
the thing
motto.
that's important. Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday on the hot seat a little bit. We were talking about, look, it's not Kal-El.
It is.
It's not Kal-El.
A better tomorrow is Kal-El's motto. That's his updated motto: truth, justice, and a better tomorrow.
All right, whatever. I don't care. The American Way was not his original thing. That was something that
Nope.
was interjected from the TV shows.
Yep.
And kind of came in and it
It
was
was
always
propaganda at the time.
it was
American
really
propaganda.
it was a really the smelt of the Cold War era stuff and didn't need to be there. And let's be honest, the American way is not the American way. It's changed as well. So a better tomorrow doesn't preclude the ideals of the old American way. It just envisions a better tomorrow. What's wrong with
Yep.
that?
So that was my thing. Anybody that is with the American Way thing, it's still included in a better tomorrow for you as an individual. And the thing with the American Way is subjective to whoever's reading it anyways.
Yeah.
Like your experience as an American is vastly different than my experience as an American. There'll be plenty of overlap, but
No, there's a lot of Native Americans who aren't too keen on the American way.
They're really not.
Slotted Up just gave
Happy Columbus Day to all of them.
Gave a hot take and gave a super chat.
Slotted Up with a super chat.
What's that?
Falsehood, injustice, and a worse tomorrow. And that's funny because I almost put the Injustice Superman on the thumbnail, but that image that I found of Superman was just too pristine. It was just a gorgeous image. I'm like, that is awesome. And I definitely appreciate the super chat. Also, Jason, you have not DM'd me your info for me to send you out the welcome packet yet. I have a welcome packet that doesn't have your name on it yet because you haven't sent me the information. I need to do that.
You can have stickers.
Did you say dicker?
Stickers.
Oh.
Moccasins.
Good morning, Nick. How are you today?
Good. How are you guys?
Awesome. This week we finally got the first panelist who has seen Dune. But before we get into that, Superman's new motto, a better tomorrow, yes or no?
Sure.
Yes or no? We're not accepting half answers. That's just been the format so far.
Yes. Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
What's the overwhelming? What's the response?
10 to 2, yes. So it doesn't look like, and even those two, one of them was TM Nerdy that said it has to be a Canadian way or no way. So
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Just because
Fair
it's
enough.
Travis, I agree.
and he also said, let's not forget that Metropolis is based on Toronto. So that's
Is it?
important to him. No, to him it is, and that's what's important. All of this is subjective. All of this is subjective.
To him, it is.
I can
He-Man,
prove,
like
I
Superman's new
can
motto, we
prove
have
that
another
Metropolis is not based on Toronto, and simply by the fact that I have never in any Superman comic, movie, or television iteration seen a Tim Hortons.
Right?
The only problem I have is it kind of conflicts with tomorrow is not promised. So what do you do about today?
I guess that's why you would take action today, right?
For a better tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. How you like them, Miss Nikki?
I mean, it's Superman fighting Jesus. So, I mean, win.
I don't know. I've seen Jesus has one hell of a work ethic.
And I mean, Chris picked. Well, no, you picked Superman. Chris would pick God to win.
Nick, glad you're here. I want to get to it. Spoiler-free reactions from Dune, please.
Very spoiler free.
Yeah, as spoiler-free as you can get. Who dies?
100% see it in the theater. 100%. 100%.
Nah, I'm watching on my phone later.
That'll work too.
See, last night when me and my wife were getting ready to watch a show, I forgot what we watched.
That's the
We watched Blades of Glory with Will Ferrell. Love that movie. But we were about to throw that on, and we saw that Doom was available on HBO Max. And she's like, "Should I get our tickets back?" I'm like, "No, let's go sit on the big screen." So I'm glad we're still doing that.
for sure. But I mean, I don't remember seeing the movie in the 80s. And I'm only a couple of chapters into the book, but it's essentially Star Wars.
Awesome. Because Star Wars is something I enjoy. At least the essential Star Wars, whatever that means. Good morning, Comicade from Saturday Morning Comics. If you're just jumping in the chat, be sure to read the ticker and throw a yes or no out there. Superman's new motto, a better tomorrow, yes or no? No nuance necessary.
Cole, I would imagine Cole has to start work when I'm just wrapping up everything I'm getting started for the morning. So
Yeah, he was on here earlier.
Yep.
I saw him in his cute hat and his mustache. I miss you, Cole.
Yeah, that's okay. We got Rob's mustache,
Yeah.
but I don't think Rob owns a hat.
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay.
I just don't wear them much.
Are they the hats like I don't know what they're called, but like what, like a ghillie hat, like you put on, it's got like the rim all the way around it.
Bucket hat.
Like a top hat.
A boonie hat.
No.
Boonie
What
hat.
is it? What is it, Nick?
Boonie hat. Like
Oh,
the
you mean
soldiers wear. It's got that and it's got
you
like
want a bowler, or are you talking
No,
about?
man. We're not going to London.
Why don't you do a hat
Not
fashion
London.
show for us,
So there's a
Rob?
lot of different styles of hats, right? So that have a brim all the way around.
I think
There's
Nick explained it perfectly well.
Yeah.
We've always called them boonie hats. They're kind of floppy. You can lift it up.
Yeah, they're
to the air.
bucket caps. Yeah,
I think Rob knows exactly what we're talking about.
yeah. I have several of those, but
I
I
knew
also
you
have
did.
but I also have ball caps. You know, because I have to have the right ball cap for each jersey. So when I wear my home jersey, I have to have the home hat. The away jersey, I wear the away hat. When I have the batting practice jersey, I have the batting practice hat. When I have the throwback jersey, I have the
Why are you
throwback
thumbs
hat.
down in that?
Why do you have so much money, Rob?
Because he's got Oakland A's hats. That's why.
Oh yeah.
You're absolutely right. And I have Niners
You don't
hats.
like the
and
Oakland
I have,
A's?
And I have NASCAR hats.
What does
and I
the
have
A stand for?
athletics, which is what
Isn't that
most
implied though? Like if
No,
you're
no, no. So back in the 1800s, when some of the real baseball teams started, they were athletics clubs, and so each town had
Wow.
the Philadelphia Athletics, the
She's about
Brooklyn
to-
Athletic, whatever.
Mhm.
They were the men's athletics club, and then some
Right.
of them started doing the Red Sox and the Blue Sox, and based on the color of their socks that they were wearing.
Honest
Oh.
question, real quick. When did the fake baseball team start? If that's when
Like
the
the
real
New York Yankees that actually started in Baltimore, they came up later on in the early 1900s.
Okay, so that's what you meant by fake.
Right.
Like their geographical location. So they're just as good as geography
No.
is.
The fact that
I
they
know.
moved around has nothing to do with it, because the Oakland A's started in Philadelphia and they moved to Kansas City and then they moved to Oakland. I have nothing. Hey, teams move around. It happens for various things. The Yankees being fake is really not true. It's just I hate the Yankees. As an A's fan, it's been a war that's actually been going on since the days in Philadelphia. But
that's why I said why would Nick hate the A's? Because
I
the
don't
Yankees
hate
own the A's.
I just thumbs down the A's.
it's actually funny is that the A's, the Oakland Athletics, back to the Philadelphia days, their mascot of the elephant is actually because of the New York Yankees. The New York Yankees owner, when Connie Mack bought the A's team, said, "Good luck with that white elephant that you just bought." Just like a white elephant gift exchange, something that you don't really want. And so as a joke, he said, "Fine, screw you." And he made the white elephant the mascot of the team. Just like later on, Charlie Finn would own the team in the 70s. People said he was a jackass, so he changed the mascot to be a donkey for a while.
Real quick, Kate, is that a 2 meaning no on the ticker? Because the 2 is just a counter. So if that is a vote for no, I'll adjust it to 3. We got to keep this count going. That's the only way I can pay attention this morning.
So, Nick, you didn't really get to say what you thought of the movie. You said almost 2 words.
And
I
then
thought
we
it was-
talk about sports.
Well, I mean, that sums up the plot pretty much, but visually stunning. Stunning. And
Thank you, Mars.
I
Nick,
didn't bring it
push
up.
through, man. Push through. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, you want
Lord-
to spoil it free, I get it. It's essentially the plot of Star Wars with different characters, even though Dune came first. And it's visually stunning, so I highly recommend seeing it in a theater.
Good performances, cohesive story. Does the pacing of it work well?
Tyler, was it you who said you don't like Chalamet?
No, I love him.
Yeah, no. It was somebody who said it, but he was really, really good in it.
Is that the main person?
Yeah.
That's the young kid. Yeah. And Rebecca Ferguson's good. I mean, my only beef with it is they really don't explain much.
Well, this is part 1 of hopefully 2.
Hopefully 2, but there's the worry that, because it was released on HBO Max, that it won't get a second.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of worry too because I really want to see what happens. They kind of left off at a weird spot, like it wasn't a high action big ending. So
Well, now that's a spoiler, man. Come on. I'm just kidding.
No, I heard it didn't really have an ending, but it's also doesn't have an
Real
ending.
quick, we have to
What's
give a big shout out. Legal Burning has joined the Legion. He's actually channel member number 50. So that's
50. Nice.
They gave Jordan a 50.
Thank you for joining the Legion. I'm going to add you into a group chat. I don't know how big of a fan you are of group chats. It's just really primarily used to be able to share when like members only stuff happens or send out invites and stuff like that. You're free to chat up as much as you want, turn on the mutes or whatever, but definitely direct message me your information because I have a welcome pack I like to send out to all the channel members. So thank you so much.
Also, Legal Burning is doing a giveaway right now.
That I'm gonna win.
Yeah.
Legal Burning. Everyone go to Legal Burning right now on Instagram because he's incredible.
I'm really kind of I feel bad.
You can't win it, Nick, because I'm gonna win it, and then I'm gonna pay it to Rob.
No.
It's Rob, are you a big Ben Affleck Batman fan?
I have no problems with Ben Affleck as Batman in the way he's portrayed him.
Yeah, I was wondering why Jason said that. I felt like he was trying to get at you.
I like giving Rob shit.
Jason, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me, Jason, because you gave my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles away to shop.
You didn't really want it that bad. He told me.
It wasn't shop. It was Joffrey Castro.
It was. I don't remember who it was. I'm glad Jesse was there because I was drunk and I don't. She got it out to whoever won it though.
I don't even want to bring it up, dude. You were putting him down.
I only drink like once every 3 years, maybe. But when I drink, just like when I collect, I'm a completionist, and I like to finish stuff off as quick as possible.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
So there's the book that's being given away over at Legal Burning, and I think it's open until tomorrow, Monday, isn't it? Something like that.
I think it's Sunday.
Sunday or Monday. So it's for those that don't know, that is not drawn on there. That's literally burned on there. So he has a very unique style of artwork that he does, which rivals anybody with pencils or pens. But he physically burns it on like
it says it right there, 5 p.m. Eastern time Sunday.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Tyler. I can't read it on my screen because it's too small.
Make it bigger.
Make it thicker. You got to touch it first.
No,
on my screen there's a lot more going on, so it's making it a little small.
I think it's going on everyone's screen.
Well, I have a lot up right now on my computer.
I do too. Bing everywhere.
Oh man, I hope you learned from that video I sent you.
Bing, bing, bing.
Ricochet Rabbit.
Ricochet Rabbit.
Good one there, Nick. I didn't think anybody else referenced Ricochet Rabbit other than me sometimes.
So we've had a Mark and Mindy, and then we've had a.
That was fantastic.
How about the you knew the job was dangerous when you took it, Fred?
Is that Barney?
No, that's Super Chicken.
Super Chicken.
That's one I reference all the damn time. He had a lion. Super Chicken had a partner who was a lion named Fred, and bad shit would always happen to Fred, and he'd start to complain. And Super Chicken looked at him and said, "Well, you knew the job was dangerous when you took it, Fred."
Okay, have we discussed the Uncharted trailer yet?
Oh,
No, we have not.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
Was it good?
No.
I'm somebody that has zero idea about the video games other than like knowing they
Video games are-
of them is.
The games are great, but I just honestly I can't see Tom Holland playing Nathan Drake.
Is Tom Holland getting any bigger? I think he's done growing, right? So
Yeah, he's done growing.
at first I thought like maybe they got a younger actor to be able to like carry him through a few years through a few films, but then I realized that we've had Tom Holland around for a while now and he doesn't grow. He's like me. He stopped like toward the end of middle school.
Yeah, he's like 22 or something.
Yeah. He's a great Peter Parker. He's a fantastic Peter Parker.
He'd
But he's
probably be good in a
horrible
remake of
Nathan
The
Drake.
Hobbit. Yeah, he'd be good in a remake of The Hobbit also.
Mm-hmm.
No.
He's
Don't let him
25.
ruin that.
He's
too.
not that short, is he? I don't think he's that short.
But he looks like a little kid, and that's my problem. I think he has the mannerisms to play Nathan Drake. He's just not physically there.
Mm-mm.
Right. He has a very baby face, kind of
Manly.
young man thing.
Now, what do y'all think of the idea? Because again, I have no video game experience, but in this, it looks like it's a recruiting and first outing of Nathan Drake. Do you think that might play to its favor with his age and everything?
Yeah, but like you said, he doesn't.
He would play a really good younger Nathan Drake, like in the cutscenes, like from back when he was a kid. That would be the Nathan Drake he could pull off. He can't pull off full grown ass man Nathan Drake. No way.
Mm-mm.
So, Slot, who would you pick? Don't say Fillion because Fillion's too old.
Honestly, I think Mark Wahlberg would be a far better Nathan Drake than.
Isn't he old too?
He's playing Sully, which is kind of stupid too. But whatever. He would be a better Nathan Drake. But I think they should have just left Tom Holland out of the whole picture. Put Mark Wahlberg as Nathan Drake, and then filled in. What's the actor that plays the old Witcher? He's going to be playing the old Witcher from the game in the new Netflix series. He would be a good Sully.
Not Henry Cavill? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. If you ever played the Witcher game, there's like a basically Henry Cavill's teacher in the game.
Oh.
Rob disagrees. You can just tell by the look on his mustache.
I have no idea what you're even talking about. So.
Yeah.
That's the look it
I
is.
never
I have no idea what you're talking about. Look, never mind.
Yeah, it's like
like when I talk about like World of Warcraft or stuff like that, he's like Star Wars.
Yeah. If it's not an Atari 2600, I probably haven't played it unless it's a Star Wars game.
Yes.
Yeah, I never played any of those either, so I'm gonna have to say Nick defer to Nick's experience there and say, yeah, Tom Holland.
Well,
I don't know what the guy looked like.
Honestly, the movie is going to have a tough time to compare to the video games because that narrative on those games is just so good.
It's a great game. The game is fantastic. Honestly, it's like the male version of Tomb Raider.
Okay.
So,
if you've ever seen Tomb Raider,
scantily clad, going.
I did see Tomb Raider.
So does that mean Tom Holland's wearing Daisy Dukes?
Right.
And he's got two handguns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one ball hanging out the bottom of his shorts.
Thank you, Mark.
I mean, I'm not familiar with the game. I don't know what they have going on.
No game has balls hanging out of shorts, Mark.
No, but he said
know what
like
color
the
it is.
male version of Tomb Raider. So he's right on. I'm with Mark on this one.
Gerard Butler's going to show up.
Yeah, but
Nick's character on Apex Legends has his balls hanging out of his shorts.
I believe it.
Yeah, but I mean, Larry Croft doesn't have.
Good morning, Thomas. We got Noggins Comics up in here. Had mixed feelings about the whole time watching the trailer. Setting and action looked great, but the casting not so much. And that's what I'm hearing across the board. Like, if someone who has no experience, when I looked at it, it didn't seem like anything amazing. It looked fun. Like, I don't think I would plan to go out and see it on the big screen or anything, but I'm sure I'd watch it and hopefully enjoy it.
Did you watch Prince of Persia?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Yes and no. Like, I feel like it was too ambitious and it missed its mark, but it had some fun moments. The action was great in it. The special effects were phenomenal. Like, I didn't regret watching it. I've watched it more than once. It was very odd casting.
If you liked it, you'll probably like this movie because Jake Gyllenhaal crapped the bed for the main role for that. But whatever, it was still a fun movie.
For Gaston, I thought like even his acting felt out of place in it. Not because he did a bad job, just because it was not a great casting choice.
It was a horrible casting choice, but
Gemma Agerton was fantastic, though. I thought she was great in the lead
I'm
role.
ask an honest question because nothing's coming to mind. Has there been a really good video game movie?
Of course not.
I mean, there's entertaining.
I'll probably get shot, but I honestly like the Resident Evil movies. I do, personally.
But was
Doom
that
wasn't bad.
a game first or the movie first?
I think the
movie
first
based
Mortal
on the
Kombat.
game.
I think the
game
first
was-
Mortal Kombat movie would be my go-to. Like the
Yeah,
first
that
one.
too.
Like,
I
that
don't
was
think
that
it
was
good. I mean, I
phenomenal.
don't even know how good it was. I mean, it was entertaining.
Good morning, Hidden Gem.
The soundtrack was really good.
Good
Mortal
morning,
Kombat.
Dave.
The soundtrack to Mortal Kombat, the first movie, was
I'm with
amazing.
you, man, on this. I love John Carter. I thought that was phenomenal.
John
I thought
Carter's
it
not-
was too.
John
But it's
Carter
not
was in
fun.
a video game.
No,
No,
it
no,
was
he's
just
not.
a-
He's not talking on that.
Oh,
Like
okay.
Prince
Fair
of Persia is easy to categorize with John Carter as well as Lone Ranger. Like after the Pirates of the Caribbean wrapped its initial trilogy, Disney was trying to find the next franchise like that. So their first one they shot at was Prince of Persia. It didn't land. The next one they shot at was John Carter. It didn't land. The next one they shot at was Lone Ranger. It didn't land. So they went back and revisited Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got it.
I like the Lone Ranger
I
personally.
loved it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like you could see the money on the screen with that. Gore Verbinski made a beautiful film. I thought it was really, really good.
I
Now,
don't know why.
it did need a tease moment at the end with the train, but I thought that played perfectly into the brand when they actually started playing the original music, and they were calling itself out, like letting Silver just be like outrageous and be standing on roofs out of nowhere and stuff. It was funny. It didn't take itself too seriously. Johnny Depp did really well in it, like really well.
Really good, yeah.
I don't know that Mario Brothers was a good movie.
Yeah.
No, it was just as good as Double Dragon was.
Oh, good
Street
point.
Fighter, yeah. Remember
Sonic
Street
the
Fighter?
Hedgehog was great. Like
Yeah,
I remember
Sonic was
that
great.
was really good.
So after they went back and redid it and tweaked
Redid
stuff,
it.
it was
Yeah,
okay.
like that was big credit to Universal too for getting actual fan reaction. And they said, "All right, y'all are the fans. You're who we're making it for. Let
Where's
us."
my
let us fix
Pitfall
it."
Harry movie? That's what I want to know.
And Pitfall Harry, that game was so fun.
What about Rawhead Rex?
Jim Carrey nailed Dr. Eggman in
Interesting.
in
I'm not
Sonic.
familiar with the franchise, so I don't know. But I was just curious because I was like I've seen there's been some that have been like fun and entertaining. But I was just trying to think if there was any that were just like people came away from it that, you know, especially people who weren't a fan of the franchise, where the movie stood up beyond the franchise fan base and had that crossover feel where people went and wanted to go see it just from a movie sound, you know, purpose, and said, wow, this is a good movie, or, you know, not necessarily even doesn't have to be great, but just that it has that had a good crossover appeal for people who weren't members of that fan base. I'm just kind of curious about, I'm just trying to think of, I mean, obviously they're built because they have a built-in fan base that, you know, just same thing with comic book movies today, right? They're made because they have a known fan base that these movie studios are willing to then therefore invest more money in, because they know that there's at least a certain amount of people that are interested in seeing it. Hence also all the remakes and such. But
Did you see the new Tomb Raider, Rob?
Good
No,
morning.
Tomb
Links.
Raider doesn't
Tomb Raider
appeal
was
to me.
horrible.
The new one is really good. The one that's not Angelina Jolie. I mean,
I
even
didn't
if
like
you've never played the game and you just like Wordle, it's like almost like a female Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good.
I like the first one with Angelina Jolie. I was didn't care about the second one, and I felt like the hype was gone already. This new one, I don't know. It had some. I don't know. It just didn't hit for me. It didn't really flow well. But I don't play the video game, so I probably miss a lot of what they're intentionally doing for the fan base.
Yeah.
I want to come up with a script for a video game movie. I'm going to cast Nick as my star. We're going to do Leisure Suit Larry, the movie.
It's going to be a multi-trillion-dollar franchise.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Leisure Suit Larry. I remember when that came out on computer, like when I was in school, and everyone was like talking about that game. Like, oh my God, have you seen this game? You know what you could do on that game?
And we're going to follow
What
it
did
up
you
with
do?
Oh, it was all about hooking up.
Yeah.
we're going to follow it up with a Night Trap horror movie.
So we'll cast Mark as the star of Lemonade Stand.
Oh, nice. Sonic's movie was a great movie, but not necessarily a good Sonic movie.
Okay, that's interesting. So I've seen a lot of you
And
guys are saying that.
Kate is an actual fan, like games, the comics, all that.
So let me ask a question because I'm being honest here. So as somebody who's have no knowledge of the Sonic franchise other than that he's a hedgehog, I get it, and that he's running through loops or some shit.
Exactly.
Not having no understanding of the Sonic background, I can sit down and watch this movie, and I potentially have a chance of enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yes, Sonic for sure.
I think it's more this guy's performance that drives the movie than the actual content of the movie.
I might check it out because you guys are talking about it in that manner and say it's pretty good. I have no concept and I have no preconceptions of.
It's a fun family movie. Like you're on a laugh.
I would think it was a kids movie, but
it's a cohesive story. The special effects are cool. It keeps you engaged. It's got like action, comedy, a little bit of a drama element to Sonic's kind of unfortunate story of life. Circumstances they're unfortunate. It starts out really well. You start out in the video game, not like 8-bit or nothing, but like then it explains like how that translates into our world and why it's here.
Sonic was 16.
Yeah.
Not 8.
He was never 8-bit.
Jesus Christ, you battered assholes. You're gone.
Okay, you sons of bitches. Stop knowing stuff.
Yeah, Detective Pikachu was pretty good too.
Yeah, we enjoyed that.
It was entertaining. I don't know. I mean, so as somebody who really can barely stand Pokemon because that's all my kids would talk about for a long time,
Right.
And knowing very little of it all, I mean, it was enough humor in there that was allowed me to muddle through it as a father, but I had really no interest in it. So maybe that made me jaded my view of it.
I think I was the same page you were on there, Rob. My kids love Pokemon, and I watched it with them, and I just didn't really want to like it because I don't like Pokemon.
I mean, I think my problem was like, oh my God, Ryan Reynolds is just like.
I kept picturing Deadpool.
Exactly. It was just like too soon after such a classic portrayal of a character that it was like I was having difficulties with it. I guess.
Wait, Pikachu was Deadpool?
That might be on me.
Deadpool is Pikachu.
I'm just kidding.
Finkel is Einhorn.
I don't understand.
Finkel was Laces out.
I would imagine once that new Mario comes out. Well, it depends. For me, it's going to depend on if it's Chris Pratt doing an Italian.
Oh God!
I hope so. Oh God, I hope so. It's me, Star-Lord.
No, I don't think he's going to do it.
Oh my gosh! It'll be interesting. It's got to be better than the first Mario movie.
Is that possible?
John Leguizamo is Luigi.
It's got to be better than that WoW movie, huh?
That WoW movie was pretty bad too. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a huge fan of that game, or I was a huge fan of that game. Played it for like 10 plus years, and then that movie came out, and I was like, "Yay, finally!" And I'm like, "Really? This is what we get?"
So many people I was talking to that were WoW fans that had that same reaction. They were like so excited for the movie, and then when it came out, they're like, "Oh."
What was bad about it?
Everything. I mean, they basically based the movie on one expansion, and that expansion sucked to begin with, and that's one of the reasons I quit the game was that expansion. But I mean, the storyline made no sense. I thought the like whatever you call it, making the cartoons, the animation was, and the CGI was really choppy. It was a money grab. It was a money grab for the millions of people that play World of Warcraft, like myself at the time, and they were like, "We're gonna get those suckers. We're gonna get some more money out of them because we already get a monthly fee out of them. We're gonna get some more." And we all lined up and we went to see the movie, and we all hated it, and we all quit the game shortly after.
Charge for the expansions as well.
Yes, like $40.
Right.
So,
So
for
they
like
can
10
do-
years,
Was the movie even based on an expansion, or was it like a prequel to an expansion? 'Cause
it
I
was
heard
based
like
on
it
an
was-
expansion, and it was based on basically the newest expansion at the time, and a lot of the core fan base of the game didn't like that expansion. So
I heard like the whole movie like was just to get to like an ending that was a setup for what comes next kind of thing. Like it wasn't
Yes.
even like you're not even following the characters. It was kind of like Game of Thrones season 1, like where everything you follow by the end of it was all just a prequel to what's going to be the norm moving forward.
I hope they don't ever make another World of Warcraft movie, honestly.
I've never heard any rumblings of them wanting to, but I think
Yeah,
at,
they
that,
won't.
at this point, I mean, even though that game still
I'm gonna
exists,
start
it's
a
got its
petition
fan base.
today.
I mean, it's an aging game at this point, right? It's
Yeah. Although, have you guys seen the new Halloween movie or the new Chucky series? Halloween is
I have
coming up.
none.
The Chucky series is out. If you guys have ever seen any of the Chucky movies, I'm a horror slasher fan, but the Chucky series is absolutely amazing.
Now, if you have a paid service on Peacock, you can get Halloween Kills already.
Yep, that's a great movie too.
Zero desire.
Well, Nick, not everyone's perfect.
I have watched Nightmare Before Christmas 4 times so far this month, but you know,
I haven't watched it at all this year. I'm ashamed of
We-
myself,
we watched
actually.
it twice, I think.
I've watched The Princess Bride twice this week.
Nice. Anybody want a peanut?
no, I don't think that
You
means
mean
what you think it
peanut?
means.
8:30.
Hmm.
Is it still nighttime for you, Tyler, or is it daytime?
I mean, technically, it's nighttime because I normally
You
go
haven't
to
slept.
sleep. But I grabbed a couple of peanuts. It sounded good.
You just wanted to put some salty nuts in your mouth.
There's nothing better than some good peanuts.
While watching Man Tomb Raider.
Love me some
Right.
peanuts.
What's really fun is going to the baseball game and handing your sack over to your friend, let them put their hands in your sack and grab some of your salty nuts to put in their mouth.
Jesus,
That must be a
Rob.
baseball thing.
Yeah.
Probably projecting
I don't
that.
like baseball. Sorry.
I guess.
Sorry, I'll leave away. I forgot Mars didn't like baseball talk either.
So legal burning, I'm just
Turn
now
away.
seeing because I'm going through my messages, like gathering people's information that they sent me. But legal burning sent me a message saying that he's in his studio working on a cover. So he was wanting to hop on. So hopefully I'm not too late sending him the link because Tyler bailed on us.
Good job, TM Nerdy.
Did he
Holy cow,
message
the
me?
best.
No, but that's beside the point. Your job is to message people.
Wow, come on, Randy. You gotta message me.
Jimmy and Gary are going to give us crap, Rob, because they're going to tell us we don't have jobs. They were giving us crap last night. You
I've
guys
been
can get
working this whole time. I've answered a whole bunch of emails.
Me too. I've been working for the last hour. There's kids out there.
That's right. You're the second adult presence.
Yep, absolutely. There's no school today, though. So
Oh wow, E-Man. How old is E-Man? Isn't E-Man like 35?
He's
Well,
like,
there's people. My
20,
sister.
22.
My sister put off not seeing that movie until recently too, and I was like, "Oh, really? Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it either.
How could you have not
Really?
seen it, given
really,
Huh.
my love for it?" But
I haven't seen
I love
that.
it too.
Rob, do you have the
I
Burger
think it's
King?
funny.
Do you have the Burger King watches from when it first came out? Do you remember that? Like, dude, those
I
are so cool.
no, I don't. So for my Nightmare Before Christmas collection has primarily been focused on original movie posters. So I have something like 16 movie posters or hanging
How
up
can you
around the
get
house
16 different originals?
because they're from different countries. So I have an English bus stop poster. I have a French poster, British quad.
But which one came out
pre-release.
first?
I don't know.
Probably the
That's a serious question.
I don't know which one came out first.
Because you know, a lot of movies don't necessarily release in the States first. They release
Yeah,
over-
I don't know the answer to that. Sorry.
Wow, are you even a fan?
I know, really.
You should go
Are
pick
you
up
even a
that first
fan?
appearance of The Crow while you're at it.
Yeah. But anyway, so I have a whole bunch of original movie posters. I have a bunch of Funko Pops because for Nightmare Before Christmas, it's the only Funko Pops I have. And then most of the other bric-a-brac that I have is just some more old vernacular for you, Jim. my bric-a-brac.
Bric-a-brac.
That stuff is mostly stuff that like people have given me,
Yeah.
and stuff, and so I've accumulated little bits and pieces and bibs and bobs, except for the Oogie Boogie layer that I showed off on Whack Comics. That set I picked up myself at the comic book store. It was a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive.
Oogie Boogie layer.
Yeah,
don't you have a variant too, Augie Boggy or something?
Oogie Boogie. Oh, Augie Boggy. Yeah. So I have the Soul Twice had drawn
What a good dude.
this character that I thought was Oogie Boogie, but upon later review, I found out it was actually Augie Boogie.
Yeah.
It's morphin time.
So it's apparently it's his cousin.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to come back in the sequel.
He was trying to avoid copyright infringement.
How do you feel? How do you feel about them if they were to make a sequel? Would you be excited about it, or would you like them to leave it alone?
Oh, there is a sequel coming. Did you see that? It got announced this week. It's going to be a novel.
So there's been
That's definitely not.
there's been sequels in manga, which I have the that story, and it's really kind of put me to sleep. But
Be right back.
There's been talk about that. I would much rather, instead of seeing them do a sequel, because I don't think there necessarily needs to be. I mean, it can be just fine. Because any sequel, I think would just end up ruining the whole thing. Unless you want to go back into a prequel to explain the relationship between Oogie Boogie and Jack and some of this other stuff. But that was kind of done in some of the video game content, or alluded to. I think that, and I don't really want to see it be done as a live action movie either, which Disney seems to like to do. However, I would love to see it adapted, allow Disney some official adaptation via a stage play, because I've seen some people do segments, and I've seen a couple schools do some adaptations where they've tried to adapt it without getting the ire of Disney. And I think it comes across very well as a stage play, and as a musical stage play. And I think that would be great to see that. I don't necessarily see it. I mean, a live action movie, I'd pay to see it, but I don't. That just seems to be like every time Disney does that with any animated movie, they just seem to ruin it.
Mark, can you mute Jim?
Jim is tearing apart some bubble wrap right now.
I'm actually intrigued. That's why I'm left it going.
Right. No, it's just the new Fitbit came.
So
You wanted to know.
let me ask you a question, Jim. Did you have an old Fitbit?
I did. It
Did it help?
broke. It did not. I wear it, when I go out detecting, and it didn't last through that.
So, what led to your choice to a Fitbit?
What is a Fitbit?
The Fitbit I had was like 2 years ago, and that my wife got it for me, and she said, "Here, put this on and get fitter."
And
I
did
was
it
like,
work?
All right.
Ouch.
Did it work?
It did until COVID hit, and then I couldn't run at the gym like I wanted to. I was up to like almost 3 miles every other day, and I lost 15 pounds.
Are you not able to run around your yard or the neighborhood?
I like the treadmill is easier on my knees.
Oh yeah.
Especially it's a
ellipticals
steady.
as well.
I mean, running in the street or on the sidewalk or whatever.
It's uneven, and
it's uneven, and it's just tougher on my knees. But
that's understandable.
But yeah, somehow the Fitbit cracked the screen when I was doing something. The shovel hit it or something when I was out there, and it just didn't work. So I may not be able to wear it, but I like wearing it when I go detecting, man. I mean, I know I'm walking like 5-6 miles when you're going up and down a field and all this stuff. So I just kind of want to keep track of it. Why do you ask?
I just wonder if people hate Apple or
Yeah.
they just rather find any other alternative.
Yep, that's it. for
Well,
me.
why would I wear an
Yeah.
Apple Watch if I have an
I
Android
use
phone?
I use my Samsung watch. I have a Samsung watch that that keeps track of all that.
Or
Just
why?
like a Fitbit. A Fitbit is like a slimmed down version of a smartwatch.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything against that. I have an Apple phone. I don't have a problem with Apple. It's just this is what was given to me,
Yeah.
and
It meets
I
your
liked
needs
it.
and it costs less. And
I liked
mean,
it.
I-
It was fun.
I remember I had a smartwatch, back one of the Android watches back in the day because I'm an Android guy, but I stopped wearing it, not because anything wrong with it or whatever. I mean, if you're into having all that tech stuff, great, but I just hate wearing watches.
I'm not a watch guy either. I'm not an Apple guy either.
And I really didn't like having to charge the damn thing all the goddamn time. It was like, oh, fucking annoying. I
Me
gotta charge my
too.
watch too now? Jeez, come on.
My
Sorry, I only got 10 minutes into that movie.
It drove you away.
Oh no, I'm gonna watch it. It just I was like I gotta pace myself a little bit. I looked at it, I was like, all right, this is like a Star Wars meets Mad Max type of deal. I was like, I'm gonna have to really sit back and enjoy this one. So yeah, I'm still gonna watch it.
yeah,
Is David Bowie in this one?
no,
Yes.
is he?
I thought
He's the
he
main-
died.
He's the main character.
I thought he died.
It's him.
And Sting.
No, not Sting.
Who's Sting?
Is it Sting?
Is he a beat
Vincent Price,
in Prince?
Prince.
You see, I don't understood what is the Apple. I mean, I get when I even had the Android Wear, and this is thing for the Apple Watch guy. Somebody who's a big Apple Watch guy. I mean, I see C-list thing. I don't get it. I mean, I thought it was gonna be all this great, cool thing, but I mean, the screen is so damn small, and really, it's not that much more convenient than just pulling my phone out
Exactly.
and doing
I
this.
have a big Apple Watch. It's called a cell phone.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess I'm missing something.
Tell
I mean,
him, Nick.
Well, for me, it's like I'm not a big jewelry guy, but I will wear a watch. I mean, I'm not DJ Link's level where it's just But for me,
None of us
the
are.
gym, I can just start my workout and it'll automatically play my playlist. Like it has music in here as well.
Oh
But
yeah.
is it
Yeah, I don't-
contained to it, or is it linked to your phone?
No, it's contained in it. This has I think
Okay.
32 gigs of memory.
So it's an iPod,
It's basically an iPod. Yeah.
Yep.
which
Yeah.
I could get for what
For a fraction of the price.
$49 now.
Yep.
Something like that. I don't know. I don't know if they even still sell an iPod by itself.
I don't think they sell them anymore.
I don't think they make them anymore. You don't need them.
I
Your
got
cell
like
phone
5
does
of them
everything.
laying around here, so whatever.
Well, I mean that's so I can put in my wireless headset, put my phone on the treadmill and hit playlist, and I'm good to go. Now that's different if you're doing something that's not semi-stationary, or you're going from one machine weight to the next and the next. Then it could be more of a pain.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
I've
back in the
always
day when I
hated
got
having
mine,
my
about the
phone
only
at the gym.
cool,
My pants have
thing-
pockets.
Or you just
The only-
set it down. There's a cool thing called wireless.
Well,
Yeah, that's
the
what
only
I
cool
use
thing
pockets.
I really liked about my smartwatch when I had it was that if I had it on silent, whatever, in the office space, that I could feel it vibrate on my wrist better than I could in my pocket, and I could glance down at it a little bit more indiscreetly to see whether I wanted to decline or excuse myself to take the call. But I mean, other than that, I just thought it was kind of like gimmicky and stupid. It was a very expensive for what I was getting out of it versus watches I had laying around. I don't know.
I bought one because the newest, coolest electronic, and I wore it for like a week, and then I gave it to my brother-in-law. I said, "Here you go, dude. You can have this thing."
Yeah, that was pretty much it too. Yeah, and then I realized, I got my watches right here on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
No, and it's more convenience too because like if I don't carry my phone all the time, so if my phone rings, it'll ring on my watch too. Or if I
And then what are you doing? Hello?
no, yeah,
It's like
Captain's
Spear,
Log,
it's like Spear
Stardate.
song.
Or I can talk
This
into
Dick
my
Tracy come in?
Or I can talk into my shoe like this, eh?
Ah, believe? Miss me by that much. 99?
Maxwell Smart over there.
And
I understood that reference.
yeah, see, you got a lot of old guys on the panel.
Get the cone
And
of
if I
silence.
misplace my phone, it tells me where it is.
Uh-huh.
But that's it.
All right. Well, hey, cool. Different strokes, different folks.
DJ Lang says, I like my Rolex so much better than your Apple Watch.
Yeah,
Hey,
I like his Rolex too.
I got some very nice watches in my jewelry box, but I just really only wear them when I get dressed up to the nines. Otherwise, I get annoyed by them.
When I use my boot phone, I make sure that I extend the antenna.
Yeah.
I see Legal Burning is down here attempting to join in, but his device is not connected. It's not letting me add him.
Chip. So I got two guys in the panel who almost cost, one guy who cost me a lot of money, and another guy who almost cost me a lot of money when I walked into Target yesterday.
Explain
Who's the
yourself.
other
That means
guy?
it wasn't me.
Explain yourself.
So there's a member on the panel who tasked me to find some figures for him over the past few months, and I could have swore.
Why is that funny?
I could have swore that he said that these figures are in Target. So I was looking for gym shoes yesterday, and there's a Dick's Sporting Goods next to it.
These McFarlane figures?
No, they're the same figures we talked about before. The Power Ranger figures that you hate.
The retro ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but we'll continue that story later. Let's take a look at this.
Yes.
Hi, Randy.
Oh,
Is this
What's
really
up,
going to happen
guys?
right now? This is awesome.
Can I tell you that I suck so bad with technology? Like really, really bad.
as long as you're efficient with wood burning kits, we're fine with that.
Oh,
yeah.
my
Yeah, I was
gosh,
going to
man.
say.
I could barely get into a StreamYard. It's embarrassing.
Well, we look at your art and we feel the same way. We're all embarrassed. What are you working on?
So I can't show. I will show the front cover. The customer wants this all to be a big secret. This is a last running cover.
Oh, fantastic.
And Aaron Bartling, he is going to actually do a remark on the front
What?
over with my artwork. So we're both going to be on the same label for the customer. So
Oh, that is fantastic.
let me secretly show you guys the front. So I basically did an homage. The back is my own style, and then the front I'm doing an homage to Aaron's design.
Of cover one, I'm assuming. Yep. Holy shit.
Whoa!
Wow.
Jesus.
Good Lord.
That doesn't look like a secret.
And that customer.
Yeah, well,
is
this
me.
one, yeah. So this one's not really the secret, but the whole back because he did a front and back. This was a lot of fun though, just kind of like replicating his design and my style. So, and then the back I'm doing April and baby Casey, and then Casey and Splinter Spirit. Kind of.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah. So,
Nice.
and I'm working on the cityscape. Got Bleecker Street over here. So I figured I'd just hang out with you guys because I'm in my studio just chilling.
That's pretty cool. So there's a couple people on panel that know about studios.
Yeah, and by the way, big fan. This is amazing
thank
to
you.
watch.
Yes, for sure. And that
Thank you.
I didn't know.
appreciated it.
I didn't know if you knew this, but that customer is me.
Mm-hmm.
That customer is you, yeah. I did not know that.
Payment is sent already. You can I'll update my address.
Yeah.
Hey, my address.
No problem.
So what? You were looking for the retro flip head styler?
Yeah.
Just buy the original. They're not out.
I have some originals. I just want some to be able to take out a package, and they're
that's
cheap.
valid.
Yeah,
Dude,
and
that last time I stepped away from the camera, I was sitting on Finn's floor playing with the originals on the floor with him. Because he's got like the big Green Ranger and a bunch of the flip heads as well as lightning figures. And he has them out right now on his rug, beating the hell out of them. So we were talking about the difference between old ones and new ones and how the old ones will break if you're rough with them, which they're his. He can do what he wants. I just want to make sure he understands that, if you break them, they break.
Yeah. Honestly, it's been about 2 or 3 months now that I've been looking for these things, and I'm about to buy him the originals. So,
I literally told you. You said you go to Walmart all the time. When you go to look, that's it. Don't go out of your way.
What are they?
And then you go to Target and you don't even listen.
So Hasbro has reproduced a horrible looking version of the retro Power Ranger flip heads because they don't own the Bondi is who originally made them. So when Hasbro made them, they made them bulky and goofy looking because I'm assuming they couldn't use the same original mold. And they look horrible. Like they look like they're all bloated. Like they all left Golden Corral. And I love Golden
Then
Corral.
fell over, died in the lake.
Love a good Golden
and
Corral.
absorbed
Yeah,
into
exactly.
Golden Corral.
This is 3-day lake bloating plus Golden Corral, and that's how they look.
Anytime you can talk to a chef through a glass mic, I love it. How do you want your steak, sir? I don't care. Just load it up, mister. Mm-mm.
Lots of it. That's how I want it.
Yes.
So quantity over quality.
Yes.
Now we'll
Do they
say
still have
that
the
they
chocolate
did.
fountain?
They did. Yeah, they do. They do. I went last Tuesday to Golden Corral. It was fantastic. But no, last Monday.
But
But
have a buffet open around here. Like COVID killed the buffets in Oregon.
I don't think we had a buffet close around here.
Remy Q killed them in North Carolina.
No, but the new retro figures did do a Ninjor, which is the first time there's ever been a Ninjor on this scale. The original one was a 10-inch figure, so that was the only one that actually like kind of piqued my interest was the Ninjor one. I was just mad to see that they look crappy because Bondi reproduced the flip heads themselves right before they sold out to Hasbro, and they reproduced them like 100% accurate. And it's already like a bloated style to make a toy because you have to encase a head inside of the chest that's able to flip out. I don't know. The Hasbro ones just look weird to me. Look weird. I'm excited for Tyler to collect them all, though.
So I was walking through, and then I had passed by the Nerf gun section. About 12 hours after I
sounds like
saw
it's all
it.
on
Yeah,
you.
that's it. Yeah, go away, Remy. Go away.
Remy's a nerd.
And I'm trying to figure out what configuration gun that I need in my life. What kind of Nerf gun I need in my life.
Send it to Remy. He'll juice it up for you.
Fed.
Right.
Really, I mean, there's going to be several questions that you need to ask yourself though. It's like, what kind of ammo are you going to be using? Do you want it to require batteries? Are you going to modify it at all? Like, there's so many.
I want a replica of the Divorce. That's all I want.
The Divorce is the real deal. I used to have one here.
A Divorce?
I could do a sound test where you could have like a normal, like Nerf blaster hit a metal door versus the Divorce. It is crazy. It really is so powerful. Like it's I don't know. That's threatening. Like that's my weapon of choice if I need to get something done.
So in all of these questions and figuring out how much my total bill is going to be, I had to walk away from that. So in walking away from that, I came across this.
Oh wow. That was at Target?
This was at Target. This is the Contest of Champions. It's essentially one of the bigger Disney Infinity. Remember those little figures?
Nick,
awesome.
Nick, what broke when you were on Slab Hub?
Oh, I'll show you that in a second.
Good morning, Justin from No Good Comics.
So this one is pretty cool. I thought it'd be pretty awesome for my desk, and then I found that they had a Venom Pool one also.
Oh, I want to see
I
that
am
one.
Justin.
Where's that
In
one?
all sincerity, those look like prime candidates to send to somebody to do a repaint on, you know?
Yeah.
They don't look bad, but like
No,
you could
it
probably get somebody to repaint it to look like amazing.
I actually like the blue on there.
These are made by PCS.
Show me the Gwenpool.
I don't have that one. I had to order it off Amazon. They didn't
Oh,
have
I
it.
want to see that one though.
So pretty awesome. So it cost me
That's a good find, man.
Could have ordered it from Chip Getler. It'd be
I can't wait to see a Gwenpool
it cost me $100 to look for figures for Tyler yesterday
at the wrong store.
at the wrong store.
When I only brought it up to him because he says he goes to Walmart all the time, I say, "Well, while you're there," and then he goes to Target. Hey, I was at Target.
I'm there a lot. So I'm a little hesitant to show what happened on Slab Hub for a few reasons because it breaks my heart because I knew this was going to happen and it actually did happen. And for a second reason, it'll become evident very shortly. So being on Slab Hub not last week, the week before, I was getting some work done out in the yard, and I was just late running to the show, so I didn't have time to prepare. I hopped onto the stream 5 minutes before I was supposed to go live, so I had to look for stuff during the show, and some of the books I have are back there. And if you can see, I have my Spidey statue there.
Hold on, I couldn't tell where you were pointing at.
Yes, and we'll get to that too, Remy. I see what you're doing there. That statue there.
You broke that?
Who's laughing? My favorite
Remy.
Spidey statue right there. Pretty big. It's like a third scale.
I'm weeping.
So in reaching for a slab that was down there, his arm protrudes, and the top of my head hit his arm, knocking it over. So.
Oh, he had another arm though, or is it just missing completely?
Oh, it's right along the rim.
Now, can you tell us all how much that statue runs, like currently, not what you paid, but what it would cost to buy that statue today?
I think they're still available on Sideshow at $1,300.
Oh, dude, that's easily replaceable.
No, it's not. So we have.
I want to make jokes about like, give me a hand, and that statue's going to cost you an arm and a leg, but I feel like that's
that's good. That's good, but that's just a warm up because the damage is not done.
Oh no!
All right, so you can look. You can actually see the level of detail. It's pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty poor for 13.
It's an awesome statue. Like I gaze upon it in wonder every time I look at it. But
now you can gaze upon it more frequently. You can take it
Arm two, dude.
Those are hard to glue.
So yeah,
hang 10.
He's hanging 10.
He needs a little bit more help from Joe than you do.
Yeah, maybe Pocan Joe can fix him.
I've heard of glue, but also, I mean, do you want to crack a $1,300 statue?
Well, it's already broke, so can you do anything?
That's such a relatable statue.
Nick hates everyone here.
No, Jim, I like.
Can you order just the arm? Is that possible?
I asked, and I've even looked on eBay. But as you guys know, some of these things could cost me $200 to replace.
That's better than 13.
That's way better than 13.
That arm just pegged in, right? It wasn't like.
Oh my gosh, that is big. Hold on,
it's a magnet. I mean,
yeah, that is
just
huge.
pegged in. You should be able to get a replacement.
Yeah, so I'm waiting on emails from PCS and stuff, and I'm looking on eBay. So, but it hurts my heart.
Now, like I'm not
All right,
saying
so everybody hit them up on Instagram right now and tell them they don't know who Nick is if they don't get him set up with this arm because
tell him you know Burke.
Nick 9.5.
Yeah,
tell him you know Burke. There.
Ask them if they can send you at least a prosthetic one until they can get you the real one.
Now I've had this Hulk statue right here since like 2005.
Be careful.
It's gone through a lot of things. Now, if you look, Nick, this statue actually suffered an arm break and stuff, and it got put back together. And you
did
can't
it not just regenerate? I would have thought it would have grown back.
I didn't have the patience. I didn't have the patience to wait.
Oh, that's the Edward Norton Hulk too. So.
Look at that cool base where his feet are actually like crushing into it and
That's
stuff.
badass. That looks better up front. I mean, I've seen it back there. I didn't know the detail that was in it though. That's sweet.
So this way predates the Edward Norton, and this statue was actually there's an action figure, the Marvel Select that they made based on this statue as well.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
What if Edward Norton was the Hulk?
So this whole Marvel line,
somebody should make a video about that.
Yeah.
like even the Wolverine is from the same line. But they're really cool. That's my favorite Wolverine costume, bar none.
DJ said that he had a party and someone broke the arm of his $3,000 Predator statue.
Well, that's when you break the arm of your party goers.
He said no one fessed up,
No one
but
fessed
they're
up.
not friends. Did you just decide you're not friends with everyone that was there?
Everybody,
DJ,
get out. Never contact me.
No, never. It doesn't matter that only one person did it, but you're not friends with any of them.
It was probably Franklin.
He lined him up. He's like,
Probably
"Who did it?"
Franklin.
Nobody fessed up.
It was definitely Franklin.
That's when he started. his
Franklin
YouTube
snuck
channel.
in.
See, this guy is seeing better days.
Are they
Yeah.
interchangeable? Can you put his head on Spider-Man and maybe his arm on Spider-Man too?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Maybe, but
Yeah, you can't tell that though. That's not.
but this was only like a $300 statue at the time. Prior to this little display that I had some of the Stormtrooper helmets up there, and they wouldn't stay up, so they would always fall, and this guy would always be the recipient of.
Oh,
We can see his horns look at his horns even.
yeah, his horns are a little
Poor
white.
Daredevil. He never saw it coming.
All right, I got to run over to Romania. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, Rob, tell him we said hello.
Safe
the
trip,
faith.
Rob. Safe trip.
So what do we got going on? So we see you taping stuff up here.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to. So when I burn the cover, it kind of flips up a little bit, like the heat, kind of activates
it
the
up.
paper.
Mhm.
Yeah, flips it up. So I have a buddy who does all my pressing for me. So the corners always want to flip. So it's just kind of annoying when you're doing the edges. So I'm trying to keep it down.
Now,
Make
when
sure I
you
don't-
have your books pressed, does it alter the art at all or change the shading or anything? Or is it not?
No,
that-
it doesn't. No,
Sure.
it does. Yeah, it does really good. He does usually does like 2 presses on a book, and it helps out with the grades and stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it works out.
Does anyone here have anything from Randy besides me?
No, I haven't won
Wish.
anything. But
It's so ridiculous. It's like every time I see one, I'm like, man, that's the best thing I've ever seen. And then it's like a new character will come out like, oh man, that Batman's the best thing I've ever seen. It's like, I saw the Hulk. I was like, I lost my mind.
You
And then
can
I like
get
saw something, I
cards.
was like,
The cards are cool too, and they're way cheaper.
I'm telling you, I can't tell you how many times I went to Angel's like, Angel, check this out. Look at this. You know how they did this? She's like, no way.
Who is this?
truth, justice, and the Australian way.
Right. Oh, oh.
I think we know who it is.
I don't think it's Lee.
Yeah, see,
Shaky hands like that typically imply Lee.
if it was a if it was a berserker, I would say it was Lee. But it's
Yeah,
I think Lee would have thought this out better
yeah.
because he knows how to burn books. I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah, DJ won the
It's a legal burning card. Yeah,
legal burning card from our giveaway that Randy donated to Black Comics.
I think I always win something.
DJ, if you want to plug something, feel free to hop on. You have the link.
In the mix tonight, going to be electrifying. One word, costumes.
I'm sorry, you can't do it. Superman can't be taken out like that.
I guess he's
Yeah, he's trying, but it can't happen.
just try ripping it.
No.
Maybe try a green rock.
Ooh, that might work.
The green lighter.
And to see how to professionally burn comics, we have legal burning.
Right.
Yeah, we've got 2 different kind of burnings. going
Man,
on.
that's awesome. Ooh,
Oh, there it goes. I don't think Lee would burn a comic in his house either.
I think we've watched Lee burn comics in his house,
Oh yeah.
unless he's in a shed whenever he's live.
Yeah, he burned that one berserker one night, and Tyler,
Yeah,
you were like, "Hey, I think it's getting out of control."
No,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think
it
that
is.
ever happened.
I remember the look on your face was like, "Lee, it's
That's a nice
gonna burn
kitchen.
your hand."
I wonder if this is Jonathan.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
I just don't think it's Lee because it's too late. Like I don't think Lee is ever awake right now.
Yeah, it's probably
What time is it there?
Midnight.
Yeah,
And it's a
Lee
safe,
goes to bed
Midnight.
early.
safe controlled environment, so that's definitely not Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Lee's too good at burning comics than to mess up like that.
That's also a really nice
professional.
kitchen. That's a very nice kitchen.
Come on, Jonathan.
Yeah, I have to say.
How do you not know how to burn a comic on the first try by now? You've watched Whack Comics.
If you blow on that, ash is going everywhere.
Yeah, definitely just use the water to rinse over it, or just take the comic that's not burning and lay it on top of the fire.
Put it out with your insane amount of cells that you just posted the other day. All those animation cells.
Yeah, those cells were really cool. Hoarder's Hide has been able to find some really cool cells as well.
Yeah, still like new.
This is why you check front and back at the LCS people.
Biggie's here. Hi, Biggie.
We got Biggie in the chat. We had Chaos jump in here. He's in the chat as well. Good morning, Chaos and Comics. Good morning, Biggie. How's it going?
Get it? Biggie.
You want to shoot Chaos and Biggie the link in case they want to join?
I'll shoot it to Biggie, but I don't know about Chaos.
Your call.
All right. Well, that's good because I got to jump out. It is 10, and I still got to go and run my errands for the day. I don't get the day off. I still have work I have to do. Now that I've got the Fitbit, she can track me.
So that's
her real notice that you're not where you're supposed to be. And I'll be like, oh, shit. All right. Anyway, thanks for having me on, guys.
Well, we appreciate
Have a good day, brother.
See you, Jim.
Good day, Jim.
All right. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Dang it, man, coffee.
I'm very excited. I'm getting this channel membership stuff updated. I'm very excited. Hit 50 channel members today.
Oh.
Oh?
I just got the House of Slaughter book.
Oh, from Steve?
No. I get it from me.
When does that House of Slaughter 1 come out? Is it next week?
Wednesday, yeah.
Wednesday. That's going to be so good.
That's on Mark's last week's poll.
I'm not excited about it. I'm going to read it. I mean, I just don't understand the fanfare around a mediocre book. It's not bad, but there's just nothing exceptional about it.
I'm just excited because it just came in. I don't think I'm that excited about it.
Down for some reason.
So you have read it?
Me?
No, he hasn't read it.
No, I haven't read it yet.
So how do you know House of Slaughter is mediocre then?
Oh, the entire thing is mediocre.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
I'm shocked at this. Wow, I'm gonna have to show you guys this. Hold on. Give me a second to prep because I want you to have the full experience of what I just went through.
Whoa.
Okay, so we're good now.
You ready?
Yeah. So I was gonna show this book off right here. Because it was a gift from a customer in my real life. So they brought this in as a gift yesterday, right? But it had this on it, and I was like, I looked up the book, and I was like, I don't know, you may have overpaid for this book a little bit, right? So I wasn't going to display this big thing on the stream because they went by the shop and had picked this up. It's on the book. What? They stickered the comic shop.
Oh my gosh! On the cover.
This on the cover.
What?
It's a cool cover, but I think they made it better now.
It's
it's
like a foil.
I have experience with stickers on comics.
It's a variant.
Did Tyler own that shop that you went to?
Like I literally was like, well, I don't want to put this out there like that. But I did want to. I had a new book, so I was like, oh, I'll show off this.
That's wild.
Who does that?
I mean, you can still read it. It doesn't even matter, really.
Yeah, but it's
$25.
Yeah, they
It's probably
overpaid
only worth
already.
20 now.
That's the
$25.
price of the sticker, not the book. The book's only like $4
Hold
or something.
on, hold on. Maybe there's like a coupon on the
Custom
middle or
made.
something.
Maybe the book is the coupon.
It says gift comic though. If it's a gift, why is it $25?
So whoever you give it to knows how much you.
Yeah, War Machine Punisher. It's a whack hack. I don't even see the problem with it.
Oh, hold on. Do you think that's like? Do you think this is it? Like a gift card?
Like a gift card, yeah. That's what I would hope it would be.
Well, now I feel okay. I feel a little bit better. I literally thought this was the gift that they just overpaid for it.
Maybe it is a
No,
gift card.
I don't
Go into
think
the
so.
comic
I
book
think-
shop and buy $25 worth of stuff and slide
Which
them
is
that comic.
gift comic. I thought I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
No, I think it's just a sticker. That's how much the book costs.
I think that's what it is.
No, no way.
Okay, that's a little different then. My bad.
Go in there and spend it.
No, that's definitely just a sticker.
Overreacted.
You should go into the store and shop with it and go to pay with it. Like, this is clearly a $25 gift card because this book is not.
Right, because no self-respecting comic store would do this to a shop, to a comic, right?
I don't know. I disagree. I think it's just a whack hack. I think they would try to do something.
I say you go to try to use it like a gift card and film it.
And do it with
Post it on
confidence. Do it with complete and utter confidence. Like,
Yes,
yeah, really-
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll take that there. Here you are, sir. Thank you very much. Just walk right on out.
And then if it's not a gift card, as the owner, I would take the comic and then smack the guy for trying to use it as such.
If you walk into the comic book store and you look up on the shelves and you see stickers on every comic book in there, you know it's probably not a gift card.
Oh, Chaos just said DC Nation isn't a book, it's a catalog. So that probably does make it worth 25. Since it's a catalog?
It's got multiple stories in it.
Yeah. It's got probably tons of first appearances in it.
I'm trying to eat my cereal without laughing.
It's not as easy as it sounds.
No, it's not.
I mean, so we have multiple whack hacks today. The sticker, Randy's over here just burning books that somebody paid for. It's great.
I get it now. I get it. That's what it is. This is the gift comic instead of like a gift card.
I'm confused.
I thought they just overpaid for this book and I was going to show it off and then was baffled at the fact that it had a giant sticker on it. I'm sorry.
Film your experience,
spoiled.
Remy. Film your experience going in there trying to buy something with that.
I'm gonna have to ask them for. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna fold it and put it in my pocket. And when they're like, "Yeah, it's $19," I'm like, "Keep it moving," and just throw the thing down. Like, "What's up,
Do you
bitch?"
take-
Just throw it
Do you
down.
take cash, check, or gift cards?
Rip the cover off and handed the cover.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much
Like
is
a
that?
food stamp.
Do you accept gift comic bitches and just drop it on them?
I just looked it up. That's the new Bitcoin.
Oh, it makes sense now.
Comic coin? Somebody start that.
Yeah,
They
Sailfish Comics. I'm gonna have to look that up now.
They can't even spell sailfish correctly. Who does that?
Oh God, go down.
So, during a silent reading for Whack Comics, I went into my LCS, and that was the LCS that I went into. And I picked up Noctera.
Oh, nice. You go to the Winston-Salem one, or there's one in Greensboro and Concord as well?
Winston-Salem. I live in Camel City, baby. Who you repping?
Gift comic, bitch.
I'm going to go in there like a rock star now, just like, I
won!
My pick? Oh, okay.
Open 7 days a week.
That's pretty slick. I literally thought this was, and I was like, oh, that's so nice. Thank you. So sweet.
That's so nice. Thank you. I love that book. It's one of my favorite titles.
Or if he
Ask
goes
him if you can exchange that one out just for a DC Connect without the sticker on it.
That's what I'm gonna go in there and start bitching him out. This had a sticker on it, which is really what I wanted to do anyway. Like in all reality, that's what you were. I was gearing up for that.
Yeah,
I was gearing up for the. Can you believe that?
I still would, and they'll be like, "No, it's a gift card." I'd be like, "No, I want my DC Connect with no sticker on it."
Yeah.
And mint
You didn't
condition.
advertise that this would come with a foil. All right.
Hey, so was Titans episode 12 the last episode?
13, and it was a very lackluster finale.
I haven't caught up all the way yet.
DJ. Do you think they have $25 worth of this book? It even has the presented by.
Oh, so it's their own variant.
It's number 0.
Hey, so I probably have a good panel, and I've heard double covers like aggressively found. Those worth more? Or are those like a printing error?
Yeah, they're always worth more. Not necessarily a lot more. It depends on the book, you know.
And
It is 10:18 a.m.
I believe that when they grade those, they grade whatever the inside cover is.
Mm-hmm. That's what I heard too.
And they'll list it as a double cover, but then, like I said, if the inside is, I feel like I'm getting the cane. Are you pulling the show? You start the music? I was like,
No, I'm
updating.
I'm updating stuff in my StreamYard, and there's two things that look very similar now. There's the old one and then the new one, and I couldn't tell which was which, so I had to put it on screen to be sure.
Oh, I got you.
Play them off, Studio Cat.
I thought it's like to play the music. I'm like, oh, I'd like to
wrap it
tell
up
you about
box.
CDC.
Just hit him with a wrap it up box.
But yeah, I think they grade the inside cover, and then they'll list it as a double cover, and they usually go for buku bucks.
So Big Time Collectibles holiday mystery boxes that go on sale today have a couple of double cover 9.8s in it. CDC graded 9.8 double cover errors.
I could have swore they offered the same thing last year too.
I don't know if I think that those double covers came out since last year. I don't know if they might have had some in last year's box or not. But those boxes last year were really impressive. Like I think it was just because like it was the holiday time and I'd already spent a lot of money last year because of holiday time that I didn't jump on one because the value is insanely there. You know what I mean? Like insanely there. But this year it looks like they're rolling them out a lot sooner, which is awesome.
That's where I got the Miko Thor Silver Surfer.
The black and whites.
Yeah.
You pulled those out in a holiday mystery box?
No, just one of them. I had the Thor cover come in the Eye Candy mystery box, and I got the Silver Surfer one in that BTC box.
Yeah, I like how Miko does those perspective shift covers like ASM 316 with Venom and Spider-Man on the cover. He's got that cover. It's a close-up of Venom's face with Spider-Man in the reflection from that cover.
Right, that's Venom 35, and the other one I think is Carnage, Black, White, and Blood, I think. Red, White, and Blood.
Yeah, they're really wicked. And I like that Anceletto black and white for the Death of Doctor Strange #1 that's going to be included in all the mystery boxes. Because that was a really wicked cover. It pretty much is the Defender. You have Hulk on there, and I love the Doctor Strange era that they went with when he had like that extra mystical outfit.
Yeah.
Good morning, Austin LeMay.
Hey, Nanu.
All right, I send it to him.
I just seen some Mork and Minnie trading cards the other day when I was out shopping at this antique store. Should have bought them.
Who's that?
Who's that? Yeah, that Primordial cover he just did was wicked.
It's so crazy to watch and burn that, and that's amazing.
J Hood Creative, what is going on? Off work today, but working on a freelance painting while I listen. Feel free to hop on and paint on stream. We have Legal Burning here with us, working as well.
Yes.
It would be cool to be able to pop in and see what's going on.
Like burning the image is cool, but what's even better is the amount of detail that's in it. It's like that's what's so crazy. It's like you look at that and you're like, this is incredible. And then it's like, yeah, you know how this is done? What now?
Yeah, the crazy part when I first started doing this on paper was like you can't make a mistake, or if you make a mistake, you better be really good at hiding it. So you kind of got to be in this weird mindset, because I was used to doing stuff on wood where I could always sand it back down, but this is like you just attack it and try not to think about it,
Well, how many fires have you accidentally started today?
Zero fires.
Well, Randy, I remember when you were on with us, you told us there's a couple covers that you can't do because of the surface. It like melts weird and stuff.
Yeah, they're called authentics covers. They're typically like Veronica and Betty and kind of more cartoony covers. And they have like a wax. There's like a weird wax over the paper, and I can't burn on those. I tried doing a Garfield for one of my friend's wives, and it didn't work out. But other than that,
that's the excuse he gave him.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, and this last Ronin cover, I mean, I couldn't even find these. So luckily, the guy that hired me to do this, he like pulled some hookups and got one. But these last Ronin blanks are super hard to come by.
I haven't even seen any, to be honest with you, that I can remember, or seen any original art on any of them.
Well, they were going for crazy amounts, like $250, and it's just insane, just for the book,
Yeah.
But I guess they were a store exclusive or something.
Did you buy that copy, or did the person who commissioned?
No, the customer. Yeah, the customer sent it to me. And actually, let me grab something you guys might be interested. You know how with the last Ronin covers, I guess some of them come with like a little coin. They come with like a brass coin. I don't know if you guys knew that or not.
I didn't know. I didn't know that.
I'll show you. The guy wanted me to replicate the coin, so I did a little wood coin. I'll show it to you guys.
Ooh,
let me take this up here real quick.
I had not seen that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I guess the original is like a little, kind of like one of those coins you would get for, like if you're in the military. They're kind of like collectible coins you'd get at whatever port you go to. That's kind of how these were.
It's amazing how you can keep your concentration listening to 5 other jokers like us.
No, I like the company, man.
What?
So this is just on a piece of wood, but I did like the little last Ronin, and then on the back, I did the.
Oh, I have literally something sitting next to me that's done by you. I'll show that too.
Yeah, so these are kind of cool. This is just kind of like a little simple, but he wanted it as a keepsake to go with the cover.
It was a good try. Did I just get kicked out? Yep.
Are you booted out? I still hear you.
Oh, I was gonna let that roll.
No, I'm not booted out.
I was gonna let that go.
No. No, I've got a piece done by Randy. Randy knows I love his stuff without cussing. Is Mark gone?
Shredder!
Aggressive brass coin. These at LCS are going to hear about this. Yeah, I don't know where the brass coin came from.
Right?
Yeah,
I got all kinds of
he
those.
sent me a link. I don't know if it was like an exclusive deal or whatever, but it's a really cool looking like embossed coin that comes and you can display it with your like whatever exclusive cover it was. And so
I should look that up.
yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it, but I was going off the reference photo that he sent me.
See if they're for sale.
They got them on. Well, they said they're limited to 350 on eBay. That's what it says.
Mm. Oh, it looks like you could get them if you were Mr. Eastman. Is that your customer?
No,
East?
I wish. I wish.
That's how you got those coins. I got you.
Good morning, Roscoe. How are you today? Legal Burning is an incredible artist.
Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate all that.
Flip it to me real quick, Mark. Yeah, this was done by Randy too.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, you can kind of see the like grooves in there. This was an ornament that Lee got for me of our logo, and then the other side is Legal Burning. But I love ornaments, so Lee got this for me because.
Do you keep a tree up year round? Honest question.
We have thought about it, but we don't right now.
We actually have in my wife's little front room, we have a white Christmas tree that we keep up year round.
Oh, it's getting closer to movie time. I'm getting a little excited here. From here. Nothing but good feedback so far.
Hey, get close up on that.
Jason, what's been going on with you lately, man?
Oh, same old thing, except for instead of buying comic books, I've been buying collectibles. I've been buying old G.I. Joes, old toys.
I've seen some of those vehicles that you've got recently.
I just bought a lot of 30 G.I. Joe guys from the 80s, all like pristine shape, all with all their like original like guns and gear and stuff. And I spent way too much on it, but it'll be here Saturday, and I'll probably make a video on that since.
Oh, that's awesome. That was totally my jam, dude. G.I. Joes.
Yeah, I bought the other day. I was in a store and I bought this. I looked up the baton for him, but the baton alone is like $50 to buy for Sergeant Slaughter. Just a little piece that he comes with.
Wow. Now, what are your thoughts on 3D printed replicas of them? Because I've noticed with some of the vintage Ranger stuff I have, where the little small pieces of bigger things might break off or stuff. But there's such a collectible hobby that people with 3D printers replicate some of those more known to break pieces that are hard to find, so you can complete your piece to look visually complete. It's not original, but
they're a lot cheaper. I can tell you that. I've thought about getting a few, like for the because I bought the Terradrome, the Cobra Terradrome that opens up and it's got the ship. And I mean, it's huge. It's like this. There's a few pieces that it's missing, but they want like $150 for some of those guns that go on the,
for the originals.
Yeah, and I'm a sucker sometimes for stuff like that, but I'm not that big of a sucker. I don't think I need to pay $150 for a little, like a little missile or something.
How much is the original Terradrome, like complete? How much do one of those run?
I got a really good deal on the one I got because I bought it in a, like basically what I paid for all those vehicles is what the Terradrome cost by itself. Like that Terradrome is about $1,000, but wow. I paid $1,100 for all the vehicles that I got, and then the characters that I just bought, I paid about $24 a piece.
Are you going to change out those displays behind you?
No, those are Legos. I got a whole other room that I'm doing my GI Joe stuff in, but
Move your whole streaming setup to in there.
I doubt it. Yeah, the
I don't
Terradrome
like how complacent you are.
I don't like moving stuff around. And when you talk about moving Legos, it's a pain in the butt. Like
a nightmare. My wife showed me a picture of this guy who made some slides out of Legos, and the caption said, "So next time I step on my kids' Legos, I'll only get taller."
Legos are fun too. Like me and Jesse, we build Legos. Like she does like some of these Walking Dead ones that she's found. They're not actually Lego brand, but we the Titanic is coming out. The Lego Titanic, but it's like $600, but it's like 4 feet long.
Oh my god,
it's amazing.
Does it come with a Lego iceberg?
It should, because it breaks into 3 pieces. So
Biggie said the best GI Joe vehicle is the Night Raven.
Yes, I have that, the black jet, and it has a little jet that comes off of it.
Is that your favorite vehicle?
No, I like the USS Flag, but I don't
have
that
one yet. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those, man, like at different little things. There's a shop here in Augusta that COVID closed down, and it had a USS Flag, but it wasn't for sale. It was up on a shelf with other items on it that were not for sale, just kind of his personal pieces, you know. And then when we had the Augusta Toy Con here, there was one there, and it was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday that the con was, and it was only a couple of hours on Friday, but the guy used the flag as his table to set up on. But the very first night, somebody bought it. So all day Saturday, he was sitting there taking it apart and bagging it up and everything, and had nothing to put his merch on. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, it's fun. Like, and I bought this last weekend too. It's I don't know if you guys remember this, but this is from the 80s.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this is basically it's a memory game. But I bought it at this pop culture store, and like all the pieces except for a few of them are all unpunched.
Oh wow! Good morning, Southern Comic Geek has made it to the chat. How are you today?
Hey,
what's going on, Jason?
What's up, man? Yeah, that's fun. I mean, buying collectibles, buying our childhood again. Like all my GI Joes, all my Transformers I had as a kid, they're not here anymore. So, like my neighbor had like every GI Joe, and I always got like the ones left on the car or on the shelf. So I would always go play with his. So buying all these GI Joes again is just something I always wanted as a kid, and it's fun to do as an adult. I'm gonna set up a whole entire room, kind of like Will Ferrell did with the Legos in the movie, but for GI Joes.
Nice.
That's awesome, dude.
Battleship is the best. That's
yeah, I agree. It's also the most expensive by far.
Tyler, what are you reading so intently?
I'm talking to War Machine Punisher.
About burning comics in the house?
Yes, he said his house smells. And he burned his thumb. I said it's like a lifestyle. Wacky comics, you like really have to fully ingrain yourself in whacking them, or you're gonna mess up.
There's gonna be some bumps and bruises and some burns along the way.
Lost fingertips.
Lost arms.
Oh,
hair gone.
Hair loss, arm loss, fingertip loss. Not even getting into the financial loss. What else is coming out next week? Oh, well, shoot. We haven't even touched on fandom. This show hasn't happened since DC Fandom happened.
Oh, yeah.
We had the Black Adam teaser trailer, the Flash footage, the Aquaman Lost Kingdom footage, the Batman trailer.
But you left out the best part. The Legion of Super Pets.
Dude, that seems hilarious. The Rock and Kevin Hart. Emotional loss and chaos. Yeah, what are y'all most hyped about coming out of the event?
Probably the Batman movie, honestly. It just looks really good. I think I even got over the Batmobile thing. I like the car. It's just I'm so used to seeing the Batmobile all decked out with all these, these different things on it, and to me, it just looks like an old Charger or Challenger or whatever it is.
Yeah. I agree that, but I honestly like that about it as well. You can go back in comics and even find a time when that looks like the Batmobile even. But to be honest with you, my least favorite Batmobile of all the ones you've seen on screen is by far the Tumbler. It was definitely practical, but I did not like the design of the Tumbler. It just didn't feel like a Batmobile to me.
And it didn't, the way they brought it out too, like it was like this military vehicle that they weren't going to use. So Bruce Wayne basically took it and said, "Hey, that's my Batmobile." That didn't sound very, I didn't like that either.
Like nostalgic wise, easily Batman '89 is my favorite Batmobile. Like it just looks cool. It's got all the gadgets. It's refined. But outside of that, the most recent one from the Justice League movie and all that, I absolutely loved Ben Affleck's Batmobile. It was sleek. It looked like a Batmobile. It was hardcore. I absolutely loved it. And that scene in Snyder Cut when it's driving and it's getting ready to go through the building and you see like the tire guards drop down and it lift up, you're like, man, this thing's tough.
And that whole scene with Aquaman riding on it and they're just driving through, he's blowing shit up.
Yeah, it was
great.
It was insane. And we saw in Batman vs Superman how versatile it was with the guns, with the grappling hooks. I mean, it had all the tricks that you'd expect out of a Batmobile. But I will give it to the Christopher Nolan one. Man, that scene in The Dark Knight when the Joker hit it and he completely damaged it, and he hit the eject button on it, and that one front tire just started spinning, and you're like, what's about to happen? And then it just explodes, and you see those tires come back and lock into place real hard, and it's the Bat bike. I'm like, that was tough. That was really tough.
Yes, they do, Biggie. Toys take up a lot of space, but so do comics. I had so many boxes of comics, and I think with comics where I like certain ones, and I still read a ton of them, but I was buying so many mystery boxes, and I was getting so many comics that I didn't want, and they were building up. Like, G.I. Joes take up space, and these are easier to store than a comic, in my opinion, but the bases aren't.
Good morning, Joe. How are you today? Hello, Joe. Yo, Joe.
Speaking of G.I. Joe.
No, he's doing something.
Austin LeMay has been trying to liquidate his toy collection, and he's had great success liquidating the Star Wars Black figures that he had. I think he said he had upwards near 70 figures and managed to move them all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Old Man Collectibles has been trying to talk me into buying his old Star Wars figures from when he was a child. The actual, the old ones. But
the original.
Yeah, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I've been avoiding Transformers, too. I just want to stick to G.I. Joes for right now, because Transformers is a whole other thing.
Well, with Transformers, I've noticed, because I don't collect them. Finn buys some of the little guys, when we go to shops and stuff. But there's some of those really high-end ones they do, and there's not a lot of them out there. But some of those really big, really nice pieces, like if you were able just to kind of limit yourself to those that are almost like movable statue level quality. I mean, that's kind of a different ballgame. But there's a limitless number of different Transformers and series and all that stuff out there.
Yep. Like I almost bought Soundwave this weekend. He had he was just sitting in the shelf with all of his little tapes down there. I'm like, oh, I should just buy it. I'm like, no.
Yeah, the cassettes for me are the ones that I want.
Yep. Soundwave and then Shockwave, the other gun, and then Megatron were always my favorites. But
what?
I seen a Power Ranger Power Zord too. I should have took a picture and sent it to you guys. It was
sorry, did you say Power Zord?
Or whatever it's called. Megazord.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Power Zord.
Power Zord, Megazord.
Put some respect on the name. But anyways, tell us more about this Power Zord.
It was like a Pink Ranger or something, wasn't it?
No, what did you find? Seriously.
It was an old toy. It was like the Voltron ones where it was like all the individual little pieces that came together. It was it was like the dinosaur one. It was like the woolly mammoth, and then the
I had it.
pterodactyl. It was pretty cool. They wanted like $300 for it though, and it wasn't that cool.
No, was it one of the new die-cast ones? Like it comes with a black box. Like they.
I think it was like a 1990s one.
Oh man, that's way too much. Like a mint in box original Megazord goes between 1 to 200, like varying. You know, like the big hitter is Titanus, which was like one of the ultra rollout things. You know, like where you take the Megazord that you're talking about, you take the Dragon Zord, then you can put those together, and then they go with Titanus, and that's a 350 plus one, which I have mint in box as well.
Nice.
But that's hard to get mint in box. It comes with like these micro chains that are actually metal, that are like reins that the Dino Megazord is supposed to hold. And when you put them all together, it creates the Ultra Dino Megazord, which was like a game changer when it would appear. It was very, very rare.
You should do a video and show off some of your toys some of these times.
I did it on Whack Comics 24-hour live stream. If you want to check it out, go back and watch that whole stream.
Yeah, he did. He showed them all like right in a row. It was insane.
Toys are fun, but they're expensive. But I guess like I was trying to justify myself to Super Justy the other day. I'm like, at least I'm not buying these $400-500 mystery boxes anymore, as I'm sitting here spending $700 on GI Joes.
But it's better. It's obviously better.
The mystery box thing, I should have listened to people a long time ago. That's really what got me burnt out with the whole comic thing, because I was spending so much money on mystery boxes, and I was
and get a bunch of stuff you don't care about.
I didn't care about.
Yep.
I should have listened to Biggie a long time ago. There you go, Biggie. I'll give you.
I bought like 2 Comic Tom boxes and stopped. And those were not even expensive.
Yeah, your reaction to your Comic Tom boxes, that's the reaction that I held inside most of the time when I opened my boxes. I tried to stay positive. I love this book.
Jason,
I love this one too.
I'm going to be doing a video addressing that actually with Tyler.
Yeah. Just let me know when, man. I know you like to wait a few years before you do your next video, but I'm down whenever.
give me 7 to 8 months.
Right, and then it'll be on YouTube for a day, and then he'll delete it.
Yep.
Right?
We'll have this big elaborate plan.
It'll be all scripted out. I'll be like, this sucks. I'm taking it down.
Yeah, Biggie is 100% right about that. You should keep bitching at him, Biggie, because you're right. Mystery boxes.
The best mystery box I ever got was from Adrian, APM.
Yep, me too.
He just hooks it up. Like I just don't know how else to put it. He's like, oh no, I'll make sure that there's some good things in there. And I'm like, I don't know how it's worth it from his perspective, because he just loads the box.
Because he gets them cheap.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
You have to. Well, that's the only way that mystery boxes can even work for the people selling them.
Absolutely.
You buy in bulk, and then you're able to curate from that. And which brings a good point. Like if you're not like actively scoring books on deals and stuff, you really aren't the person to build a mystery box, because then your values are off, and if you do value it out, you have no way of honestly coming out ahead. So you're either screwing yourself or the person that's buying it,
Absolutely.
If you're making them, you're better off screwing yourself.
But there's no way that they all have business doing it.
I did one and I was done. I did that one and I was like, it was so stressful because you mail all these boxes out and you want people to be 100% happy. And then, matter of fact, Jason at Southern Comic Geek, he bought one of my boxes and then had me on his channel and opened it live while I was on there. He won the $100 bill though, so it was all good. But my boxes I made well over the what they cost. And then after that, I was one and done, kind of like DJ Lynx. We did
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll probably do a mystery box, but I'm going to cater it to the individual. And it's going to take way too much time, and it's going to be a waste of my time, but I'll at least enjoy myself.
Yeah, but you won't put it out till like 2025, so it doesn't really matter, Kyle.
Yeah, the prices of the books will have changed drastically.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Hell yeah.
What is that? For the shuttle?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
what?
in the Thunder Megazord era, this was the Titanic without line. Like it opens up, it's a carrier Zord, just like Titanus was.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
looks like it's from Horizon Zero Dawn, man.
It's not. I don't even know what that is.
It is. That is what it is. That's what it's from. Power Rangers is Horizon Zero Dawn, actually. Just like what's it called, where you like just change the look of it?
I imagine that toy's from like the 80s or something like
Oh,
that.
reskinned. It's just reskinned. Power Rangers. Yeah.
Oh man. So how's everybody doing this morning?
Doing well. I gotta go to the doctor in like 45 minutes. Other than that,
I'm gonna go change a stove.
You know
Yeah.
you're muted, Joe.
Start like a,
Oh, there you go. Never mind.
yeah, maybe you should start like a handyman channel with all the random shit that you do.
No, for real. I'm technically a handyman, but I don't like working for people because I don't like people.
Did you take that
Thanks
job
for
at the
coming.
comic shop?
So no. Well, yeah. Why would I be here if I didn't like you guys? Come on.
Because you do everything based on satire, and it would make perfect sense.
Yes.
Correct.
It would.
Okay, touche. Yeah, I'm just like after the stream, I start another stream. Man, those guys suck.
That's basically what you do, isn't it? Oh, that reminds me. Dude, we got to send Evils the link because he always jumps on the stream as soon as I end one. Whatever one follows mine up, he jumps on that one. And he says it's because I never send him the link. I'm like, I don't send anybody the link.
isn't that Nick now?
He's never
Nick
in the
does the after
chat.
hour.
He's never
Yeah.
in the chat.
That's the
I always
thing, I
send
don't
it to
think
people
he-
when they jump in the chat.
That's how we normally do it. But I think he is in the chat sometimes, but he's just not sitting there typing. He might be doing other stuff.
Mike's around. Yeah.
That's just what I'm saying. Is like as long as they say something, I send it to them.
So I have an interview next Friday for the comic shop job. He's basically
All right,
going to
well,
give it to me, but
real
it depends.
quick. Before we get into that, we got to hold off. Quick question, Kyle.
Yeah,
And
what's
this
up?
is a yes or no question. No nuance allowed. Superman's new motto: "A better tomorrow." Yes or no?
Yes.
Joe. No,
No.
we got 1 and 1. Okay.
It's a great, big, beautiful
Did you ask Jason?
tomorrow.
Or Randy?
I
Yeah,
thought
I
my
said no.
super.
Hey, Randy
I said no.
answered in the chat already. He was one of the
Oh,
no's.
yeah.
Jason, you said yes, didn't you already?
I don't really care too much about Superman, so it doesn't really bother me. The best part about the whole thing is I get to give Jimmy shit about it, honestly. I don't really care. So
I like catchphrases.
we'll go yes. It's a reluctant yes, but whatever.
It reminds me of the Disney Carousel of Progress.
Yeah,
love that
because a great, big, beautiful tomorrow. Isn't
Oh, dude.
It's like the most like
Biggie's a
white
big
fantasy
Superman
of the
fan.
world.
Biggie, yes or no? No nuance allowed. Superman's updated motto: truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. Yes or no? We're not looking for nuanced answers here.
I don't know if he'd give the most nuance anyway in the chat. He usually is pretty quick.
Well, he's a no. That's what I would figure.
No. What's the score?
13-6.
Ooh.
In
what I
favor
expected.
in favor of what?
13-6, yes.
Jay Hood
Oh, cool.
said no too, so it's 13-7 now.
All right, let me update it.
He's Biggie said it's not continuity,
I don't even know what that even means, Biggie.
in my opinion.
We got a $6 super chat. Big thank you. Nick, show your full design tee wear now via full screen.
Yes.
I love these.
Make him big screen. Hold on. Don't stand
Hold
up
on.
yet,
No,
Nick.
no, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I know, Nick, I do not have to send you the money for this.
Because this is the funny thing. I was thinking about this before I hopped on this morning. I was like, I'm not showing my T-shirt to anybody because there's this one person who always is that bottish or is that an actual person?
That's true. There is a person who kind of I don't know if I'd call it troll a chat, but they ask that same question and that's all they say in people's streams.
Oh, War Machine said no.
Is that a double vote, War Machine?
No, I don't think he's voted.
What kind of currency is MYR?
No, it's none of your business. Show your shirt.
A Malaysian ringgit. So 6 Malaysian ringgits equals about $1.25. So.
Oh, we're gonna have to up the
You
ante.
have to stand up. He said stand up and show full shirt.
Not for $1.25.
No, that's
not for $1.25.
you usually do it for free, and he only asked for Nick. He only asked for Nick. Oh,
there we go. That's worth at
yes.
least $3.
Look at that. What's it say on the top and bottom?
It says, "I will stand up." $1.25.
For $1.25.
It actually says, "Please join my friends only account at."
Hey, Mark. So those books are on their way to the encapsulation stage.
That is such a weird currency.
Did they send you the grades already?
I just called. That's why I was just on the phone. Not yet. I'm gonna try again later today.
Oh, J Hood just dove a little deeper into his no. Yeah, into his no.
Oh, okay. I thought that it was no caveats.
My initial, not until you answer first.
Yeah.
The whole point of it today is because this is definitely a nuanced topic, and in order to get into a nuanced discussion, you have to go a different route. So to be fair, we're just taking baseline answers to see how people's initial feel is on it. You know what I mean?
Got it.
If people want to add to it or anything after that, feel more than welcome to. But I just would like initial responses first. So his addition, my initial visceral thought was, don't mess with it. You are just making America look bad. Then I thought, America has been doing much lately to make us look great. Well, here's like my thing with it is an American way has not been a part of this tagline for a long time now. You may remember it from when it was, but if you follow Superman comics or read them or even comics that Superman appear in, they haven't used American way in a long time. 2007 is when they let the legal rights for the slogan run out even. 2007. So that just shows you how out of the loop people are on this, which there's nothing wrong with that. No one asked them to stay in the loop. But it's always good to have.
Saying no had nothing to do with the American way. I just think it's an empty, visceral statement. What is a better tomorrow? What does that mean?
Better than today.
Does it though? Like it's.
Well, yeah. Tomorrow implies the day after today.
Well, yeah, but then that's again and again. It's like come for free beer tomorrow, and you leave the site up for an entire week. It's just as empty as that.
I don't know. I think it definitely implies doing better tomorrow than you did today, and being that tomorrow is one of those things that never comes because when you get there, it's always the next day. It means to always strive to do better. Period.
I think it'd be automatically with or without you.
Striving to do better? Absolutely not.
What are you talking about? Every day we make new advances and stuff. It happens automatically.
That has nothing to do with your personal intentions or morality, or
neither does the statement.
I mean, there's that's it, but it's who it's attached to that adds that weight to it. Get off that light switch, boy. You have using the Joker as a prime example and take it from the Dark Knight movie. Some people just want to watch the world burn, so he's not striving for a better tomorrow. That's enough.
Well, you know, sometimes you got to burn things to rebuild. So that technically could be a better tomorrow too, right? we could get as meta about this as you want. The truth is, it's an empty statement because there's nothing to back it.
That's fair.
Let's go off your train of thought. What does it mean? What does an American way mean?
Well, again, I'm not overly concerned about an American way either. That's an ever-evolving word as well. I like
he had a slogan.
Yeah, things like we had in the Army, like this we will defend. Like that's a very direct statement with
Isn't it
symbology.
though? What does this stand for?
This, well, if you look at the actual symbol, right, the symbol stands behind the background of it. So it's this we will defend, and it has everything that's Army based in it, sometimes even an American flag. So therefore, the symbology and the statement behind it give meaning and impact.
What is the symbol? What does the symbol stand for?
This we will defend, and it shows. Have you ever seen the Army symbol? It's kind of hard.
No, I'm asking you. It says this we will defend in front of this symbol. What does the symbol that it's in front of represent? Is what I'm asking.
So there's like a breastplate, some cannonballs, 2 cannons. It's a symbol of military force.
So they're going to defend their cannonballs.
No, they're going to stand the symbology of it.
So now you're getting right back to where you started with symbology.
Okay, so what's the symbology of the Superman one?
Exactly.
That's the point of it.
Justice
And that's where subjectivity comes into play. And that's why I think it was kind of like an acceptable update, because the American way is such a subjective phrase to begin with. You have Drac here, who's not American. You had Lee earlier, who said he was Australian, and he's always thought it was just a little.
Drac is North American.
Not often.
I don't agree. He's on favor for the American way argument. I'm not in favor for that either. I agree that is an empty statement, but you're not telling me that a better tomorrow is a better meaningful statement either.
No, I didn't say it's better. I don't think better or worse is something that you can even really attribute.
Or just
the question was literally, is it better?
I think it's just as empty as an American way. I think they're both horrible.
Are we still using cannons and cannonballs? Is that a thing? I heard that.
No.
Like, are we protecting?
That's what they should do. Truth, justice, and cannonball.
Literally.
I'll go fuck up some shit with a cannonball. You know?
Well, first off, real quick, hello, Actual Dracula. What is going on, Evil? And hello, Chaos and Comics. How are y'all today?
Good.
Good. You're muted,
Drac. I think you
Drac.
might be muted.
It's his birthday, and he's 100.
Dog years.
It's like 12,800 days old, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, just working from home. Thought I'd pop in and say hi and
awesome.
Remind everyone that Superman has 2 dads and one of them was Canadian. So, right? Was it Joe's? Which one of them was Canadian?
Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. I'm not sure
which one was. Jerry Siegel was Canadian, I
I
think.
think it's Siegel.
Yeah, the creators of Superman
I think
did
it's
not
Siegel.
come up with an
Kevin
American
Costner?
way. Yeah.
No, Joe Shuster was Canadian.
No, she's.
Did you say Kevin Costner?
What were you saying?
Wasn't Jerry
Yeah,
Siegel a Jewish immigrant?
so he's a mixed race, right? Half American, half Canadian. And
Cleveland is in Canada?
Canada's a race?
no, Joe Shuster was born in Toronto.
They are now.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry.
also Superman is an alien, so not even
Okay.
American.
Fair
Who
enough.
said anything
Illegal
about the
alien.
American way was a statement that I said. Like, again, you're inflecting. I did not say
So
the
it should
American way
be
is a better
The
way.
Krypton way.
The Kryptonian way. There you
Yeah,
go.
exactly.
I'm with
I
Jason
don't
here.
think that's. I'm not in support. Let me try to be clear. In an American way as a statement. Like, what is?
Hey Joe, you're not running for
Defend
office.
yourself.
You can say whoever you want.
Well, right, but I say.
Yeah, put them on the big screen. There,
They're
you see
both
who's talking?
fictitious statements. They're both horrible, empty statements with no meaning behind them.
Hey, though, if
You
before all
do
this
this-
happened, would you guys have said that it was truth, justice, and the American way was his, like 2 years ago, would you have said that was his motto? If you asked me what Superman's motto was, I would have been like, I don't know, up and away.
Yeah,
But I
that's
feel like that was
I
just
would go with that
I
one.
feel like that was really his motto anyway.
I think that's a better statement. Up and away. Like there's a lot with that, but
It
in
implies-
Yeah,
American
you be
way,
a porn star.
I don't know what any of that even means. Like again, a better tomorrow.
On the stripper pole, he's like,
Real
up
quick,
and away.
real quick. Drac, yes or no? A better tomorrow.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't really matter to me, but I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Evil.
I'm okay with it either way. You want to know my problem with it, and I
No
get both
nuance.
sides.
No, we don't, because we're not going into it yet.
We're not nuancing yet. We got to get Chaos. Yes or no? Are you okay with a better tomorrow? Or is or not okay with it?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it because I don't read Superman.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
most people who have a problem with it don't. All right,
Yeah.
Evil, go ahead. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Bring the nuance.
Now
me?
it's up to yeah. We're trying to get answers before nuance for whatever reason.
All right, look, my whole spiel is something that nobody talks about, and I've actually encountered this a couple times because my neighbors have kids and stuff like that, and we watch TV together. But my whole thing about it is especially lately with DC, it's been like once a month. I mean, this month it was Superman. The last month it was like Tim Drake. The last month before that was Pride Month. Last month before that was Asian Pride. And I get that. I'm for that. But my problem is when it's everywhere in the community, and the problem is there are younger audiences. I was watching a TV show the other day, and I had to explain like why all the guys were kissing in the show. I mean, it's just a weird conversation to have with a 6-year-old, and I think it's painting a different image for some of our younger people in the world. That would be my only like hang up would be like future ramifications. If this is like everywhere, and honestly, I mean, you're talking about comics. I've seen this like the past couple of days in TV shows, but I mean, that's kind of my thing is like more along the lines of ramifications down the line. I'm for like stories, right? You can do anything with stories, and who cares about relationships and this and that. I'm not into Batman because who he's fucking, so I don't really care about that part. And I understand
Ghostmaker is the answer to that question, by the way.
Ghostmaker.
Who Batman is getting
right. He was getting I'm not going to go there. That'll piss people off. But I mean that's kind of my thing is more along the lines of down the line ramifications. If it is everywhere, and I'm not going to say it's. I mean that's kind of like a hated thing to say. It's not everywhere, but it does pop up a lot in our society. Especially right now. It seems like all companies, and not just Disney or DC, but it seems like. I mean, Paramount, USA. I mean, everybody's adding that a little bit everywhere, which I'm a fan of, right? They're in the world too. But my thing is that long-term ramification thing. Silence. Nobody's going to talk, dang.
To that point, when you're trying to update your media and content to be more balanced and inclusionary, you can almost go to the opposite end of the spectrum. And this is with any topic with media where you no longer it's a proper representation of your fan base, your viewership, or proper representation of society as a whole. So my only thing is if you're doing it and you're going to sacrifice the quality of your story, that's the only time it matters to me. Is if the actual content is the quality of the entertainment is getting thrown to the side in order to bring it in. So there are plenty of decent writers and decent artists out there that bring it in and do it in a way that it doesn't ruin the story, where it just becomes a PSA announcement. And there are times when that does happen, and it shows, and it just kind of takes away from the quality of the story. So that's my only thing, because this is the whole point of comics is to entertain the readers. So it shouldn't ever sacrifice that. There's countless characters that have been created, introduced, brought in where it wasn't ever hindrance to the story. So right now it feels like everyone has like a huge obligation to increase the number of representation in their books, and I just don't want it to see it sacrificing the quality of the books. Like prime example, Superman, Son of Kal-El, they're rolling that out, and that book is phenomenal. Aquaman, The Becoming, starring Jackson, he's been an openly gay character for his existence, and it never affected the quality of his stories, but I just don't want them to start sacrificing the quality of their stories because they feel obligated to make them a certain way that wasn't the creative direction of the story. And that goes with any kind of topic.
I can agree to that. I mean, who can't? I mean, that's why we're reading, right? The art and the stories and stuff like that. And to my knowledge, I mean, first off, I mean, I know you saw the post, Mark, but I mean, how much is that issue selling? So I mean, it's selling. But I mean, everybody that I know that's reading Superman, they say it's wonderful. So I mean, it's not like it's a bad story. You know what I'm saying? And I read other Tom Taylor stuff, and I love his stuff. Like you can't tell me that Supergirl's on fire or Or I mean, come on, man.
It's not really how much number 5 sells, though. It's about how much number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sells. Like number 5's obviously going to sell.
That too.
It's on every big TV station, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's going to bring people that don't go to the comic store into the comic store that week.
Yeah, they already ordered second printings for 1 through 4 now. So it's really, let's see what, like you just mentioned, what is issue 10 going to be doing? Are people going to stay on the title?
You know, Tom Taylor has an audience, you know, so it was gonna be okay. But I mean, as good as you know, people that were reading it liked it. But I mean, Superman wasn't really like that wasn't even the book people that like Tom Taylor was talking about the most, you know, before this. So we'll see if it, you know, and if it's a quality book like everyone says it was, then you know this will give it that little bump. But then hopefully it gets people reading it and it stays quality for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Mm-hmm. And me personally, I've been liking Action Comics more. Like I'm a big Tom Taylor fan. Like have been since his Earth 2 run with New 52. That's what really introduced me to him. But Philip Kennedy Johnson did an amazing job. Like he's the one that really introduced. Like he was doing. Tom Taylor just took it over, but Philip Kennedy Johnson introduced this era, was doing Action and Superman. And he's the one that really set up this current dynamic with Jonathan and with what's going on with Clark, and it is phenomenal.
Yeah, I fell off of it for some reason. You know, when it started over, I was going to read it because I like Philip Kennedy Johnson a lot. Although I don't think except for Superman, I don't like aliens that much. But I started reading and I just fell off of it. I just forgot which book it was on and I stopped reading it. But I was all for, like, I just want more of the sci-fi stuff. So I was all for him, you know, going to other planets and teaching them about the American way. So
I see what you did there.
But I stopped reading it.
I went quiet. I was waiting for somebody to say something.
Going to other planets and teaching them about the American way. Yeah. I'm excited for this Warworld saga to get started. I'm excited that he's actually considering it and treating it like an actual comic book saga that, you know, has more long-term instead of just a 6-issue arc kind of thing. I think this is going to be really cool. I like this new dynamic that he's created with Warworld and this hierarchy structure through it and everything. It makes him have a lot more weight.
Do you think that's actually going to come into fruition, though?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually had the opportunity to speak with Philip Kennedy Johnson 2 weeks ago, and I asked him directly, and it is most certainly.
Well, I mean, I know you're reading a lot of DC, but you know, a lot of people, that was like the big complaint with Feature State, right? Oh, well, we already see the ending. I don't want to read everything before, but they 180 this, right? I mean, in Fear State, they already changed that.
They don't 180 it. There's been these points where it diverges. Like that's what it is. Future State was just a potential future outcome. And I've been telling people, like, what's been getting bogged down with a lot of DC stuff is we've been reading on that timeline and we've just been waiting for the diversion points. And different titles are taking those exits at different times. Shazam did it with issue 3. Superman, Son of Kal-El, could technically still be on that trajectory because he's just now taking over being Superman of Earth. And in his Future State title, it was years from now. Clark on Warworld, we are going to see him on Warworld and not in the same dynamic we saw him in Future State.
Yeah.
So when he gets there, shortly after he gets there, we should be seeing the divergence where what's going to be different about it. You know, the magistrate stuff, we saw that crumble kind of slowly here in the last couple of issues.
Changed. All that's changed.
The last issue,
what we were supposed to get.
Joke now. The whole Peacemaker 01 is not even a badass. He's just a political fool at this point. If you give him a compliment, he follows you. And I'm like, what? Yeah,
and he's burned out and fractured. Like he's completely unredeemable in himself. He's toasted. And this last issue, we watched the self-destruction of Simon Saint, which was pretty cool to watch him running around like on his last straw, just trying to catch the crumbling pieces without being able to.
Yeah, and now he's going after Ivy. That's going to be epic.
Which is kind of scary. You think about it. Go ahead.
Oh, there's not really continuity anyway, right? So
no,
in DC right now, so you're good whether it connects to Future State or not.
Well, see, I tell everybody, technically the way DC made it now is everything is continuity. I mean, especially if you've been reading Batman and Superman with a mix of like older and young. I mean, everything right now they tied in everything. And I've seen a little bit now. I don't know about Superman side or Green Lantern side, but I have seen where they are like bringing different aspects from older Batman and stuff like that they haven't used in a long time. So. I mean, that was the whole Infinity Frontier and the whole death metal thing with the what was it, the Optiplex or the Omnimex, or I forget what they call the like the multiverse and a multiverse. I don't know.
Yeah, the multiverse inside of a multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a turducken at this point.
Yeah, turducken. You need a third one then.
I've always
Instead
thought
your normal multiverse.
You know, if you think about it, like we used to think the world was flat, then we found out it was round. Then we used to think that we were the center of everything, and then we found out that we were revolving around the sun. And then we used to think it's just a solar system. Then we found out we're in a galaxy. Then we thought then we found out there's more galaxies, and then we found out we're in a universe. So like it would like almost logically follow that next we find out we're in a multiverse. And then if you keep playing it forward, you would find out what is that inside of, like where does it end? It's the whole philosophical exercise of like standing on the edge of existence and firing an arrow until it hits the wall, and then going and grabbing it off that wall and firing it again. Just really.
If you read Marvel versus DC in the 90s, we're actually, if you just pull down as much as possible, they're actually just two brothers, a red brother and a blue brother, and then they just start beating each other up.
Mm-hmm.
Were you into comics when that came out, Chaos, or did you get into comics afterward?
Oh no, I was definitely into comics when that came out.
Did you go? I've yet to talk to another person that went to their LCS and voted for those fights.
Bearded voted.
I did.
I voted.
Yeah, I did.
I think you voted on Wizard too. I think that. I think where I voted. I might be wrong about that, but I think the little thing was in Wizard. And Bearded Comic Bro voted. He's the only other person I know that voted.
That's one of my fondest memories as a kid was arguing in a comic shop about people voting for Wolverine over Lobo. Like I'm like a thing like 7 or 8, and they're arguing with adults over their decisions in a comic book.
I mean, those are the worst. Now that we have that was fun when I was a kid, but those are by far the worst conversations on the internet. Is like Goku versus Superman or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The internet sort of really ruined that. I may have gotten older too, but you know, people like it's because the entire world could come in on the chat and be like, you know, they're never very good. That always just depends on the writer.
Isn't that why we all started YouTube channels, so we could have those conversations?
Those exact conversations, actually.
Well, that's why Marvel started What If back in the day.
So let me, on that topic, Drac, let me ask you, Blade versus Dracula, who wins?
Are you really asking me that?
That's a valid question. I go Blade. Who do you got?
Yeah, I go Blade. He makes Dracula his little, I'm playing.
I've never seen Dracula beat Blade or Wolverine, to be honest. They fight him like every third year.
Right.
It would defeat the purpose of both characters if either one of them lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what's so fun about it too, is having those conversations. I mean, you can have good spirited ones at least, because you even have like Stan Lee, who's been asked those questions countless times, and at conventions he always gives like the same generic answer of like nobody wins, otherwise the story's dead. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be like it would depend what happens in the story. It'd be like the Superman versus Batman question, right? If Batman has that time to prepare, then it's a different story, right? Or if he has that stupid suit.
That's always the argument, though. Yeah, as long as Batman's prepared. If he's not, though.
Well, you have to throw other variables. Like, is Batman prepared, and is Superman going into a fight, or is he going into a conflict? If he's going to a fight, it's knowing ahead of time. Why would he even approach Batman prepared? Because people don't think about it, but Superman is one of like the smartest beings on the planet.
Yeah.
Like people don't ever really like take that into consideration. So Batman with his best prep time is still like you're still talking about average Superman here who just wouldn't approach him. He doesn't have to approach him to start and finish that fight in a nanosecond. It's just not even comparable.
It's fan service, and I think it was nice that they gave us, that I mean, because it could have gone either way. Like you think about all the powers that Superman does have. I mean, like you said, nanosecond, it would have been like watching Dragon Ball Z, and Superman just would have been like shoop shoop, and Batman would have been dead. But I mean, that whole storyline, the original comic, I think it was just fan service for both sides. And in that fight, Superman didn't go to kill him or whatever. I mean, if that'd be the situation, I don't know too many people that could stand up against Superman in kill mode.
I'll tell you a place though where Batman being prepared was pretty cool. I haven't read this comic in a while. It's not the regular universe, but it's Tom Taylor. Was Injustice when when Superman just switches, turns into a fascist essentially. And then Batman becomes the real hero. He goes underground, right? That's the basic story of Injustice. When Batman was prepared for that, man, he was ready to turn like the Justice League's. I don't know what he did, like the moon base. He had stuff ready there. He had like enough kryptonite to like sort of get away. Like that was a cool sequence in that comic. Is Batman getting out and just being ready?
It was like that. What was it? The Tower of Babel storyline, where like the Legion of Doom gets a hold of Batman's contingency plans for everyone.
Yeah. So Batman's like if it's the same Batman as the Injustice Batman, he is somewhat prepared, at least to fight another day.
Yeah. Did anybody ever read the Green Lantern? It was like a standalone, like I think it was 4 or 6 issues. It was called The Last Will and Testament of Hal Jordan. And it was basically him sitting talking to a kid, like talking about the potential end of his life. And they get into a conversation of if the Justice League were to be compromised, like how would the world survive? And they actually break down that Hal Jordan even has a contingency plan. And it was a really cool dynamic in the conversation with the kid, because like he was kind of like talking openly to the kid or to the reader via the kid. And he asked the kid questions like, so when the fight breaks out, do you know what I have to do first? He goes, you have to take out Superman. He goes, no, you have to get the most dangerous person out of the fight. He goes, that's not Superman. He goes, no. And it cuts to a scene of Batman strapped to a green bottle rocket, getting the hell out of the battle. Then the kid's like, okay, so now you go after Superman. He goes, not even. And he goes, the next problem. And you see Martian Manhunter, the telepath, get locked down. Then he goes, now we go for Superman. He goes, well, how would you even stop him? He goes, that's actually easy. And then it cuts to a scene of Superman's failures, not being quick enough, the victims of the collateral damage coming up out of the ground, and just that guilt weighing him down, And then he's like, now we deal with the fastest man alive. Like fourth person in is the fastest man alive. You know what I mean? And he just throws Flash into an infinity loop where he's stuck running. It was genius. It was really cool.
Lex Luthor also did something similar to that when he did the classic Superman trap, the theory that he can't be everywhere at once no matter how fast he is, which ultimately ended up into the death of to one child. And one of the henchmen were like, really, you only killed one person? He's like, yeah, but that's the one that's going to stick with him forever. And I was just like, oh. And then like the brother was like, why didn't Superman get there in time? And now he hated Superman and became a villain. And it was like, oh, that is just devious. Great.
Which story is that, Joe?
That's the old from the Man of Steel run.
That sounds good.
Those had some of the coolest trade dresses on them. Is that the older Man of Steel run? It was just like the big S on the trade dress. It said Man of Steel underneath it. Yeah, I love those trade dresses.
Yeah. Came off, and that just kind of got locked down to, he's all powerful, faster than a speeding bullet and all that, but he cannot physically be everywhere at once. And I think that's what makes Batman kind of an interesting character, because he can hit him on the emotional stuff, because he's the stone cold, right? Cognitive associative psychopath, as far as I'm concerned. And then also he understands, like the nuances of Superman too. So yeah, I like when they fight, because it's an Odysseus versus a god type story, and I always like those stories.
Yeah, I've always appreciated that aspect too, in the way they've stepped around it and stuff. I mean, because any writer that picks that up, it could always be a one-sided thing and a quickie. But I mean, what would be the fun? So some of my greatest storylines from Batman are when he's had to go around, like taking down the Justice League and stuff like that, like Forever Evil in 52. When he had to, backtrack through most of the Earth 2 villains and stuff. That was excellent. Like him going through, like Owlman and stuff like that, and what he had to do to take him down, like the evil Justice League and kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So Nelson, the owner of Big Time Collectibles, just messaged me and he said he's got the books mailing out for the channel member giveaway box today. That's awesome sauce.
Nice.
What's going on, Rob?
How's it going?
We'll make a cup of coffee. Anybody need anything?
Yeah, I'll take a cup of coffee. That'd be great.
I'm actually going to step away.
Hold on. Before you step away, Finn. Or not Finn. Fuck
Dude,
you,
it's
Mark.
fine.
Yeah, it's all right. Here, sure. This is what oh man.
Finn Senior.
Finn Senior, yeah, that's me. What was the name of the Elseworlds? Is it Speeding Bullets, Biggie? I love me some Elseworlds.
Speeding Bullets is one of the best Elseworlds. So this is what I logged into my meeting. All my team wearing freaking
t-shirt. That's awesome. They coordinated, or is that just what they normally wear?
Yeah, no, they coordinated. They went out and acquired them themselves, and
oh wow, that's awesome.
And then coordinated to wear them all together.
Well, in all sincerity, that speaks volumes to the kind of leader you are. They're willing to spend money and support.
Kind of look like an off panel of Flash or something from the TV show, like they were all in Star Laboratories with that symbol on. They're like, all right, we're ready to go to work. What you want us to do, Flash?
That's right. It's Team Mustache.
Kyle, what do you
got hop off here, but yeah.
Dude, happy birthday, Drac.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
And appreciate you hopping on. I like your dog. It was cute.
I'm going into work, so I'll jump in the chat.
All right,
Sounds
guys.
good.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciate you hopping on as well, man.
New World Cosmos Speeding Bullets. Speeding Bullets was my favorite Elseworlds story of all.
Never read that one.
It was the what if Kal-El had been found by the Waynes instead of the Kents, and then the same things that happened to Bruce had happened. So then he gets consumed by the darkness and everything that is Gotham, and then you got basically Super Batman.
Super Batman, huh? Was Bruce still there? Did he ever become Batman in the storyline, or is it just Superman doing the superhero?
No.
Where was Bruce in all this? Was Bruce still alive and around?
I don't recall him being. He is just a complete replacement. I still recall where he's gone, but because the Kents, the Waynes find Kal-El, and that's.
Oh, that's cool. The cover of it is an homage to Superman #1, but with Batman on it in the pose.
Yeah.
Biggie just sent me the picture. It looks awesome.
When did Promiscuous change his hat? That boy changes wardrobe all the time.
Yeah. All right. I have to go change real quick. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to go change a stove. So I'm going to go get some
Why don't you
breakfast.
start a conversation, Kyle?
What was that?
Why don't you start a conversation?
Oh, well, I can't. I have to go.
He's hungry.
So are you in Tahoe now?
Yes. I'm just sitting in the hotel, and then we're gonna go grab some breakfast, and then go change a stove, and then go gamble. I think so. Spend all the money I don't have. I don't know. That's.
What are you doing in Tahoe?
We have a rental up here, and it needs a new stove. And our neighbors are electricians, and we're plumbers, and we do work for each other. And we're just hanging out for the weekend in Tahoe, and we're gonna change the stove.
I advise not mixing and matching the two together.
Yeah, water and electricity don't really work. That's why.
They work very well. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, they work too well. There it is.
we used to joke all the time. It's like we used to talk. I used to work in the audio business, and we used to tell people, to remove the back amplifier. Well, is it safe? I said, well, what I want you to do to make sure that it's safe is take a metal pole and pound it into the ground. Then spill some water on the ground, take off your shoes and socks, and stand in that puddle of water while you're holding that metal pole that's in the ground. Okay. Then lick your fingers without unplugging the amplifier. Reach in there and find the biggest capacitor you can.
And then you will be part of the circuit
That's right.
You yourself will become Circuit,
It will
the new
be.
superhero.
Let's just say that it would be exciting.
The new Static Shock, right? Well,
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, if you guys are still around, I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some breakfast.
Well, there we are, Mike. And it was just us
it's
to entertain
just me
the
and
masses.
you, man. I know. How did that happen? Like it went down from like 10 to just me and you. What you got going on, Rob? I saw you dropping videos.
Today, yeah, that was my
NFL something.
So there was Jimmy Jam's Garage had done he was doing a draft, a comic book draft. So it was basically like, hey, I'm going to do this mystery box, but if you ever done a fantasy football draft or anything, where basically there were rounds, and for each round there was a set of books. So it'd be like 15 books or 14 books for each round. And then we randomized the order, and then you did the snake draft, right? So it's like, okay, I think I had the 6th overall pick. So, and it ended up only being 10 people. So it was like, okay, I picked 6th, and then I picked 4th when you go back the other way, because you'd have the 10th person would have the 10th pick in the first round and the first pick of the second round, right? So you snake back and forth like that. So it was pretty good. It was fun. There's a group of books, and originally he had hoped to have like, I think 14 people do the draft and only 10 sign up. He decided, forget it, just do the 10, but he kept all the books. So he said, I'm going to keep all the books in there. So each round there were 14 books, 10 people picking. So even if you were the 10th person to pick, that you had options. You weren't just stuck with a book.
That's kind
right?
of cool. Yeah,
And
I like
then
that.
at the end of each round, we would vote to take one of the books from that round and carry it over to the next round. So you always had this chance of getting a book from the higher tiered round down. It was kind of cool. And actually I was, so that was the video that I dropped this morning, was me revealing the books I got from my picks. And when I started logging them into my inventory system and stuff and looking at some of the values on it, I was surprised. Actually, I picked up a book or two in one of the later rounds. It was supposed to be the cheapo books. That turns out that book, in the condition it's in, if I get it graded, it's like a $75, $80 book. So at least if not better, and I got some other ones in there. So I probably got about $300-$400 worth of value, max value, out of.
What was the original like starting cost to play or whatever?
$100.
That's not bad.
100 bucks, 10 books, 10 rounds. So you got 10 books.
Yeah, like $10 a book. That's not bad.
Yeah, and then there was a bonus book that he just based on your your preference, what you want. So yeah, exactly. Never could figure out that his book selection of books was pretty good. It was funny. Is like when he sent out ahead of time the list of books, so you could do your round by round research and decide what ranking you wanted the books in.
So it gave you a little time before. That's kind of cool too.
Yeah, that way you knew what was going to be in each round, and you could, I'll rank them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. So that way you could just easily, when it was your time, okay, what's the top ranked book that's available, and make your picks go quick. And I remember seeing the list initially, and it was like, oh, yeah, I was kind of disappointed at first, but then once we got into the rounds and started looking at the books again, I was going, actually this is pretty cool. Some of the books that were in there and stuff, and I'm really happy with my selection of books. So we got a good mix of some stuff that was somewhat recent, some keys, and some older books. Like, I picked up oh God,
what was the coolest book you got? The one that spoke to you the most?
I think it's was it Doc Savage?
Ooh,
number 1.
Like earlier? Oh, a number 1? Dang.
Yeah, it was the.
Is it like the Del Rey? I forget what the original.
No, it's the DC or Marvel on the 70s, 1972 book, not the old Golden Age stuff or whatever else. But it was that book was pretty cool. There was
that book's gonna climb.
The last book I picked up was pretty cool too. Was had a great cover. Was Teen Titans #8, which has the first cameo appearance of Ravager, and it features it's reintroduces Raven. It has this big picture of Raven on the cover stuff, which is awesome.
Dog Savage book is going to go up because that's that's like the Rock's next passion project. Is he's been trying to get Dog Savage on the ground for years. And
Man of Bronze. Has anyone seen the old movie they did?
No.
Man of Bronze.
Yeah, you say Doc Savage?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the Man of Bronze.
Right.
Like they did a movie
I don't know
like
if I've seen that.
the early '80s, maybe mid '80s.
No, I didn't know they made a Doc Savage movie.
Yeah, there's like floating snakes in it and everything.
Interessante.
That was like the two projects that he's been trying to get off for years, and I think he has the rights right now to Dog Savage. But it was Black Adam and that he's been petitioning for a long time. But I think he's been petitioning more for Dog Savage than he is Black Adam. I think because if you've been reading DC, they've been drawing Black Adam to resemble The Rock for a while now, or maybe vice versa. I don't know what it is, but I mean, when in that trailer he was like, "Yeah, I was born to play Black Adam." I mean, he's not joking. He looks just like the dude, but it's on purpose. I mean, I really do believe that they've been like, kind of building it up for a little bit, for some time, and that's why he looks like that way in the comics. But I do know that he has like full scripts and stuff, and I have even seen some of his production stuff behind the scenes on Doc Savage, so it is coming eventually.
Wow.
That's one that's been kicked around about as much as Black Adam has. Because Black Adam was kicked around, over 10 years now, on and off. And The Rock's name has always been somehow affiliated with it.
I want to say the first time I heard about it was almost like 20 years ago. It's been that long in the making, and I think it's been back and forth because I remember for a while they were going for another actor for Black Adam, and they finally went back to The Rock.
Got you covered, buddy.
I got my coffee.
Just like I like it, black. Good man.
Right. What's Legally Burning doing over there? What's he making?
I'm doing the back of a Last Ronin cover. So
I really like that burning technique you do. I think that's very interesting to me.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like the tone of it. It's like a kind of an amber tone.
Yeah, you guys do this kind of grayscale with brown. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to my when I started doing like pen and ink, and so it kind of goes back to that.
So can't help but compliment you. You have gorgeous hands.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm trying not to rip the edge of this off, so give me a second. This is when I get up to the corners, I get really freaking worried.
So is that just a regular wood burner that you're using, or are you using a specialty tool?
Yes, it is. It's just a regular wood burner that I can adjust the temperature.
Oh, nice.
And I'll show you guys the burn.
Are you doing that on paper, or is it
Yeah,
wood?
it's on paper. It's a cover.
How the hell do you do that without it
very, very lightly? So that's the burner I use right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that.
And then I got a second one down there, and then so those are the two that I use, and I can kind of adjust the temperature from 1 to 10.
Yeah, Mike, as long as you're below 451 degrees, you're good.
Yeah. Well, if you can see, like if I go close, so basically what it does, it just kind of scores. It just kind of scores the page, but it doesn't do like damage to it or anything.
Like singes. I kind of see it.
Yeah, it kind of singes
really cool.
it, and I use like shaders and liners, kind of like tattooing.
Damn, that's so dope. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that. I've seen wood burning before, but not. I don't think I've ever seen anybody apply it to paper.
Well, I came across a video a few years ago about in Japan, they would do it on rice paper with these heated tools. And I was like, oh. And then my buddy was like, you should try sketch covers. And it just blew up from there. I did a Doctor Strange, and then it was like, this is my 85th cover now.
Wow.
Damn, that's dope.
Thank you.
That's some
talk about achievements. 85 covers. Like, on a general basis, how long would you say like a cover takes you? And That kind
I
of
would say a normal cover, just like a front cover, anywhere from like 8 to 10 hours.
What's up, Remy? That's not that bad, 8 to 10.
Yeah, I got quicker. I'm getting quicker, I guess, but I'm also I get super wrapped up in detail. So.
Yeah, I can see.
But this is the front cover. This is after Aaron Bartling. This is the one I was.
That's a nice cut now.
Oh wow!
And that's wood burn.
Yeah, this is all burn, and then I use colored pencil on the turtles.
Dang, no wonder.
All of that is like burned into the page, and then all the buildings.
Snazzy crackle, right? Look at that.
Yeah, so it's pretty wild, man. It's a lot of fun. I mean, I just kind of get. That's why I haven't talked much. I just get wrapped up in it. But I enjoy being with you guys.
Yeah,
I was watching. It was nice.
That's super cool. Man, we got some talented people in there.
Oh, there it is. And how fast you're kind of working through it as well is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, when I get to a point so I have these weird things where there's certain areas I don't really have to think about much. Like doing a cityscape, I sketch it out in pencil and then I just kind of free flow. But if I'm doing a figure, like I have to be in basically like in my studio space, like in quiet. It's really weird. I get so, I don't know, I just am so like focused. And I can't mess up, It's like, I mean, I've got
There's no
in this
eraser.
cover, I've got like 40 hours in this book. So
yeah,
it's pretty
the
insane.
buildings I would think are a little bit more forgiving than say the individual.
Exactly. You're right about that because you can kind of, do your own little style. But when you're doing a face or something, you got like one shot, But no, it's fun. And I'm doing this full time now. So I quit my job 3 weeks ago.
Wow.
Oh wow!
And so
congratulations.
Thank you.
Right.
I've been working years on it, because I'm married, got 3 kids. So I've been trying to get this thing full time for a while. And I just took the leap and I'm so much healthier, like physically and mentally now, because I was really just hating my work. So,
May I ask what kind of work you were doing?
Yeah, I was actually teaching. I was teaching middle school.
I'd hate that too.
Well, and I never had the passion, It's like I never had the passion to do it, but I don't know. It's weird to say that, but I just
What were you
never
teaching?
bought.
What subject?
I
What
was
did you
teaching
wanna
art.
teach?
I was actually teaching art. But I realized that I'm more of an artist than an art teacher.
Yeah, those you can't do.
Yeah, so
Draw.
it was a lot of time, man. I spent 11 years in that trade, and I just was spending late nights and waking up exhausted because I was trying to get covers done for customers and trying to do my own thing, and I was having a lot of problems just physically. So
I have an interesting question. When you do a cover for somebody and they ship it off to get it encapsulated through one of the companies, do they recognize this as an art form? Is there a label for it, or do they just?
yeah, so I am yellow labeled through CGC, and I also have a dealer account through CBCS as well. So I
Remind
can
me
get
what's
it.
the yellow label.
Yeah, I've gotten. The yellow label is just signature series, so it means that it's either original art or it's signed by the artist.
Right.
Oh, that's dope.
So
they
I
recognize
have a really good relationship with Brittany over at. She's the manager at Signature Series, and I've bounced a lot of stuff off of her, and so
Dang.
it's been a nice relationship because I've been able to get my books graded. Like I get them pressed. My buddy he's a professional presser and cleaner, and he lives like 20 minutes from my house. So I get all my books pressed and make sure they're like the best condition. And I've gotten a 9. The lowest grade I've gotten back is a 9.4 because of a staple dent.
Staple dent? Damn.
A staple dent on a Hulk book. Yeah, I've got, and that's frustrating. It's like nothing I can really do about that.
Yeah.
Claim, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's
right.
Exactly, right?
When you get something like that, it's not really, the grade doesn't really matter as much. It's the one of a kind.
Yeah, just having it. Yeah, I would
exactly.
imagine very.
I know you've told the story before because I've heard it, but they're going through the process with CGC, them examining your work and coming to terms with if it was damaging the book or not. Do you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, I actually went into it. So you know how people kind of stumble into things without knowing, and then later on you look back and you're like, wow, I totally got hooked up. Like I wasn't going into it knowing about grading comics, like nothing like that. What's up, Austin?
Going on, fellas?
But anyways, like long story short, I was at my my local comic shop, and my buddy was like, you should reach out to CGC and see if they can actually grade these books or whatever. So I did a Doctor Strange cover, and I just called him, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna talk to the manager at Signature Series or whatever, and I got Brittany on the phone and didn't even know who she was, and was like, hey, I'm a burn artist and I do a lot of wood, and I'm starting to get into doing paper and sketch covers. Can I send a book off and see if you guys can grade it? And she was like, yeah. And she just gave me her own, like, the address to send it to the Signature Series side or whatever. And within like a couple days, because I'm in Florida, it got there, and they called me and sent me an email and were like, what is this? Like, what are you doing? And, is this laser engraved and all this stuff? And I was like, no, it's by hand. And I sent her pictures of like all my equipment and everything and like process photos. And she was like, yeah, this is crazy stuff. We've never seen this. So give us a couple days to kind of look into the cover and figure, so I went into it super stupid, like not knowing anything. And I was like, okay, no problem. Yeah. And they got back to me and they were like, we don't have any damage to the book, because I backed the book. I'm on, like, I have cardstock and stuff back in the cover.
Mm-hmm.
So I got my first one back in a 9.8. And that was a whole new world for me, because I didn't know anything about graded comic books.
I mean, did you hear that? What he said? Like, he's not damaging the book, but he's using a wood burning technique. Like, how dope is that?
Yeah, but I mean,
they explained it to me, because I got like Austin, you're familiar too, like with the art side of it, because you're gonna have haters. So when I first started posting my stuff, I was just posting it because I love the community and I grew up drawing Marvel characters and stuff. So to me, it was like the best of all worlds. So I was posting, and people were like, I don't know how that's fucking right, and you're burning it, and, CGC's full of shit. And I'm like, wow. So I realized the haters really fast. But then I realized, as I reached out to CGC about it, I was like, these guys got legit concerns. Like, how do you guys grade art? And they're like, we don't grade the front cover. We're grading the book. So you could basically, there's an artist that cuts the front cover and displays the cover behind it, and he's getting 9.8 because he's not damaging the comic book itself. He's actually doing what a sketch cover is meant to do, which is do art on it. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, that's kind of long-winded answer, but.
And there's no difference between soaking the page in ink, too.
Big thank you to Jimmy. Small Town Collectibles just hit us with a $10 super chat. This is fascinating. I've been watching for a minute and forgot to say hello. Rob, get to work. Rob just got back from work. You missed the picture. His whole team, and I call them a team because they were in uniform today.
That's
all
right.
Rocking the Rob Fat Stacks merch. It was impressive.
Yeah,
thank you for the super chat, Jimmy. I hope you're having an awesome Friday.
Hey, Austin, say what you
just
said
for Jimmy.
again. It was real low.
I'll put it up again.
What's that, Mike?
Say what you were saying again. I was curious to hear what you said about, what you said about the book. It was low when you had said it. So.
Oh yeah, he's in there burning the page, but at the same time, it's no different than soaking ink into that cover either.
Oh yeah, of course,
so, yeah. There's really no reason to say he's damaging the book any more than I am when I throw a line on it. Now, if I burn a hole through it, that's completely different.
I think that I was about to say that. I think that's the difference when you're purposely damaging the book. I can understand like the haters or something like that.
The cover is under the sketch cover.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, exactly.
All mine have the two that I know of, and some even have three.
Because it's the regular book, then they just put the blank sketch cover over it. So really, the book is the internal.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a blast doing it. Like, the reason I jumped on here is I was always at work when you guys would come on. So I was like, once I bailed on my normal job and did this, I was like, I got to start hanging out with people and like just kind of listening and being on screen.
Now you are at work.
Because I'm kind of a loner. So I'm like, it's nice to have other people around and just listen to conversation and kind of do it live. So,
well, plus now that it's work, you got to make sure you're out there so you can drum up new business.
Exactly. And I do have the social media presence, but I don't really have like the live presence. So it's just fun to get on with you guys. I appreciate you letting me.
Absolutely. I appreciate you hopping on, man. This has been awesome.
I've been enjoying watching him work like the whole time I hopped on. I didn't, from here on my screen, it just looks like he was drawing. I didn't know he was doing what, but looking at his name, I kind of figured he was burning, and I was like, man, what is he doing? But it looks like, just watching him work, I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I was like,
How long
Yeah,
did
we had
it take to get accustomed to like the shape of your
him
instrument?
not really paying attention.
How long did it take to get accustomed to the shape of the instrument versus like an ink pen or pencil with a fine tip to it, and switching back and forth between the two?
Yeah, I'd say like probably a good year and a half doing a lot of wood burning. I did a lot of pet portraits, so I got used to like doing fur and stuff. But my first one sucked. I mean, I was a really good draftsman, doing graphite portraiture and stuff since I was younger, but this is a whole nother animal. So it's the same principles, like you're laying down like your base tones and then you're going over with line work, but you can only hit the paper so much. And then a tip like this, you can, it's just a rounded, it's almost like using like a ballpoint pen in a way.
yeah, I was about to say, it almost reminds me of like a fountain pen,
Yeah, this is one of my favorite pens. I love this one. And it's like, I can get really nice clean lines with it.
I actually prefer those tips whenever I'm soldering something versus a regular soldering, because you just get finer lines and it just melts into place a lot easier.
Yeah, and that's a lot of the wood burners that I know. We started out with a soldering iron, because I did. So, it's basically just like, the nice part about using tools like this is I can adjust the temperature. But I started out with like a 1 temp burner where it was just like super hot or super cold.
Yeah, it's definitely fascinating.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Sir, I know you've been in the chat for a little while. Real quick, yes or no? A better tomorrow, yes or no?
Oh yeah, where are we at with that?
We're at 17 yes, 8 no.
What's your reason for the
no? No, we're not doing nuanced answers, babe.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Tomorrow never comes.
But it's for tomorrow. Today for a better tomorrow.
Puts the current ticker at 17 and 9. This one because tomorrow never comes. So you're the first person to quote Garth Brooks as a reasoning, and I respect it.
I don't know that I did that on purpose.
But tomorrow never dies. Wait.
Tomorrow never comes.
We had TM said no because it's a Canadian way or no way.
Has anybody brought up Doomsday Clock yet? Can we talk about Doomsday Clock?
We can always talk about Doomsday Clock.
I mean, we know that Superman's the center of all universes, so why don't you just let him say whatever the hell he wants to say? Forget
The
about
real
the
question.
tomorrow
The
thing.
real question is, given that Superman is the center of the universe and Doomsday Clock exists, what's his favorite Looney Tune character?
We're the poll. We're just keeping a poll, and I'm trying to keep up with the double vote. So I got Biggie. I got your no earlier, but yeah, it's just Superman has an updated motto: truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. And seeing if you cool with it or not. I'm not saying cool with it. That's just yes or no. There's really no more nuance to the question than that. Because all mottos are going to be subjective in nature anyways when you go down to the meaning of it. So why can't our answers be?
We got another no.
Wow.
The no's are getting some steam here.
Yeah,
Hold on. I'm going to put a post on Instagram. We got to get more no's in here. We don't need to ask ourselves why, but still.
No, you can ask yourselves why, but I'm just trying to get the
All right, well then why? Why do we have to change this? Come on now.
Why do you have to change it?
Yeah.
You don't have to change it.
Yeah, I don't think
but
you
why
have
do you
to.
have to keep it the same?
Yeah.
I mean, the American way is finite, and it didn't originate in the comics anyway. So that was
And the American way in 2021 probably doesn't line up with what the American way was in the early 50s when they wrote it. So
yeah.
Not like if you don't change the motto, the meaning behind it has changed. So is it still properly reflective of the character? I don't think this is a good or bad thing. It's just like it does.
It's just different.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's
not like they're changing him. Not so making Kal-El suddenly gonna be wearing a tutu and having a rainbow cape or something now. It's just
Hey, Superman used to shoot rainbows out of his fingertips in the golden age.
Yeah,
That's the power of his.
I was about to say, if we didn't have change, man, we wouldn't have a Superman that flies. We wouldn't have because if you go back to the original, he didn't fly. He was just hopping over buildings and shit.
The Fleischer Brothers cartoons are the ones that decided to make him fly. For the cartoon to want to make it more dynamic, they reached out to DC and said, "Hey, can we make him fly?" And they're like, "Sure." So that's where the origin of Superman flying came from. Also, fun fact: the original cells for Superman for the Fleischer Brothers was actually start of a John Carter cartoon that they scrapped and just used the templates to start drawing Superman on top of. So when you're watching those, you're really watching John Carter in a Superman outfit flying. So none of which is like original properties, which is actually fascinating.
And it makes how does he fly? What? I mean, it's just like what's
he doesn't fly.
I mean, where's the thrust?
Speaking of thrust, never could figure it out. Shout out to Remy Q looking like a young, hot Shia LaBeouf today.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll take it.
Hashtag where's the thrust?
Hashtag just do it.
There's actually a documentary on the Discovery Channel that it breaks down Superman's powers and how they would actually work with the laws of physics as we know them today. And they actually explain the thrust.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Does he have to eat a lot of chili?
No, he just gives off an electromagnetic force.
Oh, he's gonna use like ionic engine.
That he can,
it's cool. Like in the newer movie where you see him like crouch down and get ready to fly, and you see like the rocks lift up a little bit.
He's got his own Dyson effect. Got it.
Yeah.
What does a vacuum cleaner have to do with anything?
The bladeless fan.
I would say that maybe the rest of the world has finally come to terms that the American way is the way. So the slogan is redundant now.
Boom, there you go. Everyone's on board. Now it's time to move on to the next big thing.
As long as he's still drinking whiskey and black coffee.
I don't think it improves Superman at all by changing his motto. So I'm still a no.
But does it detract from him?
Well, does it? All right, real quick. Does it hurt Superman from not having the American way?
Every argument you have today, Remy, I'm going to flip it now.
If Hulk didn't say Hulk smash,
he doesn't say that in New.
Yeah, I was about to say, does he say Hulk?
But more issues than he says it.
But when you see him say it, or like when he said it in the movie, even didn't you just like light up a little bit? Like, this is what I came here for.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Especially in the Edward Norton one where he finally said it, and then he does his like signature ground pound and cracks it. I'm like, yes! Oh, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And when Chris Reed looks at Lois Lane and says truth, justice, in the American way, it will always hit me in the feels. It will never not hit me in the feels. But the new motto doesn't take that away from me, though. Not one bit.
My question would have been, to just regular viewers and readers and stuff like that, do you actually know Superman's model? I don't think a lot of people do. To
that point, no, they don't, because they haven't said he hasn't used that motto in a long, long time, and DC let the rights run out in 2007 on it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, lately it's just been justice, right? I mean, it's kind of like the whole DC thing. I mean, that's like Wonder Woman's spiel. It's Superman's spiel. I mean, you can even go as far as Batman. I think they dropped that line in the new trailer,
Talking about the Hulk smash, this was the first issue where Hulk said Hulk smash in it.
Hulk smash.
There you go. He stepped away so he can't make you big.
He's big.
There, Joe.
There, Joe.
Yeah, Tales to Astonish number 88 is the first quote. Hulk saying Hulk smash. Yeah, there you go, buddy.
Put that in some new crispy Mylar. Why is it in old wrinkly poly?
What, this one?
Yeah,
it hasn't been cataloged yet.
Was that a recent pickup at one of those local? Joe, I just found out from looking up something online that American Legions hold mini cons all the time.
Yeah, we have one. We do one at ours all the time.
There's like 3 scheduled just this month in my state. I'm like, is everybody invited to these?
Yeah.
I have to ask.
Yeah, our Legion Hall, even like they do lunches every weekday, and they're available for anybody to come by, and it's how they raise money.
As a matter of fact, this Saturday, mine's having a Texas Hold'em poker tournament. And then next month we're having a mini con, and then we still do sports card trade shows as well.
Rent the hall. Make the money.
That's right.
For to provide the services.
Nice.
Never
Now
could
you need
figure
another one.
out.
This is like Smash Street, and you can put them at intersection of.
We never could figure it out. Asked, does DC have rogue characters that absorb superhero powers? Parasite does, or a Taskmaster that uses their moves.
Sportsmaster.
Yeah, Sportsmaster is a good one. Yeah.
I mean, it's not. He doesn't technically.
No, they're
copy
saying
their
like
powers, but-
Taskmaster, but they're asking about DC, Mark.
Mhm.
Pay attention.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, for every character in Marvel, there is a DC counterpart. You know,
Yeah,
I
or
mean,
vice versa,
we do. I mean, DC has a Deadpool. That I mean, I think they have two of them, but I would say it's Ambush Bug and Taskmaster, Sportsmaster. I mean, they're not exactly the same. You know, and I think that's just copyright legalities. But you know, there's a Batman in Marvel. There's a Spider-Man in DC. They just don't go by the same moniker, or they're villains versus heroes kind of thing.
Fourth wall breaking wise ass.
Ambush
Red Tool.
Joe, what do you think of this week's Suicide Squad?
I thought it was interesting. I think it's starting to get a little much for the average reader. Like there's a lot of teams and a lot of stuff going on.
Oh yeah.
I was really kind of hoping for a more self-contained type story, but you know,
It did wrap up the To Hell and Back storyline, so I guess that was why it was a little more grandiose.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
Task
good.
Force Z.
I like
Guys,
that.
I am getting ready to wrap this up in just a minute here and get ready to head out to go see Dune. Austin, what were your spoiler-free thoughts on Dune?
Well, I mean, the story has been out for 100 years, so I
I'm
don't
not familiar with it.
spoilers. But visually, it's incredible. I don't know who did the score for the movie, but the music is incredible. I have nothing negative to say about it.
Yeah, I've heard
And
nothing but good
seeing it
things.
again on the big screen, like you dropped a comment in the chat yesterday. You're like, I'm about an hour in, and I want to see it on the big screen.
Yeah, because the music was just so good, and you know, it's about two hours and 40 minutes or something like that. It doesn't seem like it at all.
Yeah, I heard it goes by like that. It's like a roller coaster, you know. I mean, the way I've heard it, it's because the original was like it has a lot of dialogue and a lot of story, and I love that. But I've heard they've done both, where they've mixed the action and the dialogue, so it's not that draining on just story and stuff like that. I've heard nothing but good things.
Yeah, there's no. I don't want to say there's no, because at least until we get to the second part, but there's like no romance. There's no sideline stories to focus on. It's just straight into the story, the agenda of each of these houses and the planets, and it just goes into it full force. So there's no veering off from that main storyline at all. So it just flows really well.
Without spoiling it, but in your opinion, does it set up for a sequel, or would you say it's a standalone film? Like that's it?
Well, the name of the movie is Dune Part 1. So
okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay.
This movie, I believe, is the first half of the book.
Okay, they didn't even do the whole book. That's crazy.
Right. So I don't think the second part has been greenlit yet, but
yeah, it will be.
I don't see how it doesn't get made. But where it leaves off in the story, obviously you're left wanting more, but you're not left on a cliffhanger like I was robbed of a complete movie. So
okay.
And if you've ever watched the
I have.
The 1984 version of the film, buckle up, man, because this is way better than that. I mean, that wasn't a great movie. Let's be honest.
I love that movie, man. But I love it for different reasons. I love it for the dialogue and the world building and stuff like that. It reminded me of Star Wars, but it was the more diplomatic and that kind of side of it. But okay, so you said it's like like half the first book. Do they even make it? I mean, not spoilers, but I'm just his name. Do they make it up to Muad'Dib? Like, You know, do they make it to that point?
You're gonna get close.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I don't want to go too much into all of that.
Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, because if you look, I mean, that's why I said Muad'Dib, because if you look at that, I mean, they already announced. I mean, if you don't know the story, I mean, you can look at the cast of credits and it says it. But
I think
how was
man. I mean,
how was some of
really,
the actors?
The acting is phenomenal. I think everything was cast really well. You know, the only thing that I would have to say that would be negative at all is, you know, how many years did we wait for this movie to come out? Like
25, 30.
I waited none because I wasn't waiting.
But it took a long time to actually produce this film, and you'll see where all of that time was spent with the special effects and everything, and they did it right. But now with part 2, you know, we're looking at, like, if I had to guess, 2024, 25 at the earliest. So that kind of sucks, but it should be well worth the wait.
Austin, quick question to you before we head out. Now that your first official variant cover has been made via Pocan Joe and the Blasting and Stashing crew and yourself, where can people go to watch for that, you guys? When can we expect it to be on sale? And when are you doing your first YouTube video on it as promised?
All of the details are still in Joe's hands in regards to
pass the buck. You can be a politician.
But you know, I will say in regards to the video, I'm going to have to speak to my production team on that one, and that one out soon. Yeah,
I got you, buddy.
I think I have. Yeah, there we go. I have a couple of ideas on what I want to do. I think that, you know, if I start to get serious or semi-serious about a YouTube channel, it would probably be mostly a live platform. You know, I'm not going to start opening up my mail and taking, you know, doing videos and stuff like that. I just don't have the time for anything like that. But this, you know, one-on-one or, you know, this group dialogue and stuff like that, it's what I've always been about in regards to YouTube. So I think I'd like to
most enjoyable part for sure.
More along those lines, maybe do something a little more scheduled. Yeah, I'll definitely be putting something together for to promote the comic, and but that's definitely going to be pre-recorded.
We'll definitely be on the lookout for it. I appreciate every one of y'all for hopping on and hanging out today. I really look forward to starting my Fridays off like this. I want to say a huge thank you to all the chat. Big thank you to Legal Burning, his first time on the channel. He's also channel member number 50. So we've hit 50 channel members.
Yeah, baby. I don't know what took me so long. Slacking over here.
But definitely DM me your address, because I put together the little welcome packets and I'll get one sent out to you. So
sounds good, guys. I'm heading out too, man. It's cool hanging with you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. So y'all be sure to check out At Week's End this Sunday night at 9 p.m. A lot of cool stuff to talk about. Some great books have come out. And remember, I'm Mark, but we are Legion. And it's the American way.